Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight, and the glider will maintain its altitude, while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour, and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hi.
Just hi.
Yeah.
How do you say hello in Indonesia?
Just hello.
Oh,
hello.
really?
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Okay. This is your first time in this season that you guys go to Last Chance Day. What do you think about your team condition today?
Oke, yang hari ini adalah buat pertama kalinya VOIN itu masuk ke Last Chance. Bagaimanakah kondisi tim di saat ini?
Kondisinya ya kita baik-baik aja. Kita benar-benar nikmatin. Ya sebenarnya kita senang juga karena kita punya kesempatan lebih untuk memainkan device.
Okay, I think we are in a great condition because we are enjoying this moment. Even though we still playing at Last Chance, but we have the advantage of try to adapt with the device. So we are fine with it.
Okay, are you excited?
Adakah kamu ya senang, excited?
Of course, yeah.
Okay,
pasti.
hope you guys go to Super Sunday. This season you are in a new team and a new roster. Can you share with us how you feel now and how the team chemistry is?
Oke, buat season ini kali ini kamu bergabung di tim baru dan tim ini juga ada perubahan roster. Dari kamu sendiri bagaimanakah perasaan kamu gabung sama ini tim dan gimanakah kondisi tim kondisi chemistry tim ini sekarang?
Kalau dari segi chemistry kita emang masih perlu berbenah. Cuman kalau dari segi apa yang aku rasain ya benar-benar ngerasa tertantang lah, sama seru juga menghadapi suasana yang baru.
So for joining this new team, of course, I have a lot of expectation and yes, a lot of challenges as well. But I'm looking forward for it. For the team chemistry part, I think we still have a lot of things that we need to be fixed. So yeah, that's all.
Okay, so hope your performance is going better as soon as possible. Okay, your ex-team Morph has been already to Super Sunday. Do you have any word to them?
Oke, Morph itu udah layak langsung lolos ke Super Sunday. Ada nggak sedikit kata-kata buat Morph?
Sampai bertemu di Super Sunday.
Yeah, we gonna meet you at Super Sunday.
Okay, see you soon, Morph.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for Donkey Boboho for the interview. And now it's time for Last Chance Day. Let's go to the caster.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bell. Quite an interesting insight coming out from VOIN Donkey with Boo Boo, who actually talking about his experience so far with throughout the entirety of the league. You guys joining us in the Last Chance stage on our Saturday, which not gonna be an off day for us. We join in by a different phase. This time I'm Chicho and this is gonna be Contra.
It's great to be back here casting some PUBG Mobile, and of course, it's lovely to be casting it with you, Choo Choo. So this is definitely going to be a big weekend where our teams are battling to get into that Super Sunday and every single points that they get is going to be vital for them to still fight for their chance to get to the World Cup.
I agree. And speaking of seeding into the World Cup later on, they have to go through the Super Sunday this week first, which we do have to note some teams didn't actually make it out for week number 1. And the 8 teams will be NKT, Morph, Team Secret, Duo2, GigFam, Roy, Todak, and Crit VIP. And unfortunately, these teams still competing themselves in the Super Sunday, except for NKT and Morph. Now, we do know when it comes to week number 2, there are teams that did not compete week number 1 here at Contra. They need to make it through. If not, they won't even make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's definitely a very difficult stance right now. So you could basically see that these teams that are playing for the entirety of the course of matches for today is going to be in a pressure cooker situation. So I really can't wait to see what will they actually churn up this time, because there's only going to be a half the field that will go through, and we will have to first have the rest of them sit back and have another chance over on to the upcoming week. And of course, for those of you guys who are currently watching, these are the teams that will be playing the last chance for the entirety of the day.
And I have to retract my statement just now. I forgot NKT got pushed in last minute yesterday as well. While they were watching about the teams that marching themselves more, pushing in the very last minute to take over NKT at their place. But when it comes to today's top performing team based on their carry forward points, it's going to be TALON and Infinity. They're being compared here when it comes to aggressive-wise. I think both teams pretty much displayed those activeness rotation throughout the entirety of the map. But when it comes to fragging, still have to be more towards the TALON when it comes to week number 2.
That's right, and they are currently poised for that chance for them to get into Sunday rounds here, as they have had impressive stats overall. So, of course, these are some of the top utility usage coming in for teams, and TALON definitely have displayed that they are one of the teams that had everything to put on the line in order for them to secure massive wins, and they definitely do look good. Even without chicken dinners, this team is guaranteed to pop off with massive amounts of frags per round, and this was just one instance of some of the action that went on where they managed to go in for that corner wraparound, finding a lot of teams, and even on long range, you see players like Yoru to always be lethal.
Yeah, but speaking of Yuri, one of the key players coming in from Morph in the last season, transferred into TALON for this season, definitely shows such a high valuable asset for the entirety of TALON for this season to work along with FaZe. Speaking of FaZe, it's so rare for us to see FaZe being swapped out. And yesterday going to be one of those rare moments where FaZe actually swapped out for the last few maps of the game, of yesterday's grouping stage, by the way. Now, I do want to know, will FaZe be playing here or not? But when it comes to overall rankings, now we do know the top 8 already marched themselves in the Super Sunday. That's going to be the Xaviers, Boom, Alter Ego, More, BTR, FaZe Clan, Yidu Alliance, and Vampire Esports. But 9th place onwards, where they do carry forward their points here right now at last chance stage. Starting off, very good points, comfortable indeed, is going to be NKT at number 1.
Yeah, and we're also looking at the majority of the top 8 consisting of Indonesian teams as well as Thai teams. Of course, we're also seeing Yidu Alliance coming up strong over on the course of this week too. Now, we're also keeping our eyes onto certain teams like Infinity as well as Flash, as well as XERXIA, because they also do stand a very good chance for the course of today in order to climb back up. So it's going to be a tough ordeal for some of the teams, because there are point deficits that they will have to chase up with, but nothing too much that a chicken dinner can fix, and this is where they will earn it. We saw out the day here with Sanok, and then we go back-to-back 3 times in a row in Erangel from match 2 all the way to match 4, and we end the day with double rounds of Miramar.
Another reminder for you guys that are actually watching at GMT plus 8, don't forget to plus another hour. Minus another hour, because it's going to be based on the time zone of GMT plus 7. Depending on your time zone where you're watching at, so make sure you keep track with your time zone as well. Like how you mentioned, it's going to be sim rotation here, Contra, when it comes to the map rotation. But speaking of which, we do want to know, you talked about deficiency of points regarding certain teams down there. The furthest away from getting the Super Sunday, starting off for our last chance stage, is going to be Team Roy. Starting at the very bottom, not just that, it's quite a hefty amount of work they still need to display and have to work their way up, because they only scored themselves 16 points, while the others in there, the least amount of the 15th placement right now is PEA, but at least they are in the 30s.
Yeah, they are still within a sort of form of rhythm for them to actually get themselves into some of all these instances. But with only 6 maps to go, it definitely is very tough for them to actually get themselves with their engines running from the get-go, and they require what? Maybe multiple wins or high frags in order to convert some of all these rounds in order to still sustain and make it to that Sunday round. So I want to see how would Sanhok be, because it probably might look a little bit rowdy for some teams out there, and you would also expect teams that are within the region of qualifications to actually go for maybe a little bit more of a safer play for the first couple of minutes until they get a little bit more solid chance maybe around stage 5 onwards.
Now, speaking of which, based on, I do love to compare week by week performance there regarding the benchmark needed for every single day for the teams. For example, when you come to the group stage, last week benchmark at first, it was 80 points to go straight to advance to a Super Sunday, but we were wrong by how Vampire last minute being pushed down by the Xaviers in the last day of group stage week number 1, which was day number 3. So we put up a bit of slightly higher benchmark when it comes to the group stage. For this week, it was 85. Now, regarding last chance stage last week, I dare say minimum amount of points they have to secure themselves to 100% advance towards tomorrow's Super Sunday. It's going to be 100 points.
And also, as a matter of fact, you did also mention to me that these points will also be carried forward to that Sunday run as well. So it's really vital.
Oh no.
Oh, not exactly.
It's just the group stage points will be carried forward to today's last chance.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I gotta correct myself then. But here we are, seeing all the players here gathered in the venue. It must have been a really lovely day in Thailand, and they definitely had their game face on. Now, looking at a couple of all these teams that have performed throughout the course of the week, NKT as well as TALON is definitely one of the teams that are advancing their chance because they are already sitting around that 9th and 10th position. But in terms of the recent performance for NKT, especially from some of the rounds from yesterday, they haven't really found that consistency. So that definitely is going to be a little bit worrying. Sorry, I kind of mixed up the name. It's actually TALON. So like you said, they have that sort of a dip of performance, and that's hence why they are being pushed down into these last chance qualifiers. We got 1 minute to go, Choo. I'm excited to get in our first round for the day.
Yep, I dare say the one that actually in the red zone right now is between VOIN, Donkey and Sam9, as well as PIGMY, GigFam, probably even XERXIA, not to say either, based on the point gap in between the teams here. But speaking of NKT, they definitely have the most advantage also when it comes to the point comparison between NKT and TALON, which places themselves in the second here right now. It's only going to be 1 point of a gap between these two teams. Creed VIP and RIQOO currently at tie with 3rd and 4th place, but the rest of the team, nobody is safe right now due to how small the gap in between. Probably Roy will have the one in a different tier down there, but if they really tried it out, they can actually still make it through.
Yeah, I really do hope to see them pulling in certain changes in order to just get a little bit more out of this week's action. And we're just gonna jump right into our very first map to play, and we're going to Sanhok.
We're back in Sanhok, the smallest map, but it's going to be the shortest one, I assure you this time, Contra. I know you haven't been with us, but it's okay, I'm going to fill you up in the blanks. Don't worry about it, buddy, we got you. But speaking of which, usually Sanhok map this day, it won't last as long as it used to be. it will be probably going to be one of the fastest one because we don't know. Yes, one of the main reason is because how small the map is, but based on how the rotation of the teams and they are desperate. You mentioned about today is going to be only 6 more maps for them. Then tomorrow Super Sunday is going to be a clean slate for everybody. So it's going to be their last push. So meaning directly they will go aggressive here.
Absolutely, for those that really require points, especially when we look into the midst of the table where a lot of all these teams around the 60 mark to even 50 point margin. So we're definitely keeping our eyes onto teams like Team Secret, Geek Fam, PIGMY, as well as VOIN ID, and immediately a rupture into the ruined seas. The members of Roy getting annihilated, and RRQ takes no prisoners.
Now, RRQ, surprisingly, one of the top teams within the 2 weeks long of tournament. They haven't scored themselves chicken, but still plays themselves in one of the highest elimination teams out there. But sadly for Roy, there's going to be... Oh, what a nade! A discount day 2 for 1 here! Tuss actually can do this for the team.
Oh, Nepico have managed to still pull off a saving grace here. But that nade, it could... actually detonated the entirety of the squad. You saw how low Nepico was. Man, that's gonna go for the highlights by the end of the run for sure. Wow, what a way to start things off, Chuchu. I just came back from like a hiatus and we're already seeing this one go. 4 points though, solid start for RRQ.
Welcome to the summer split, buddy. That's why it's summer. It's super hot. And speaking of hot, VOIN versus Sam9. Now, I don't know what is happening here, but RRQ, we do have a bit of players camp. They definitely kind of shocked by that hand grenade just now. And speaking of which, Roy being eliminated early, that's going to be tough for them because they are at 16 points. Now, we did set the benchmark. If you want to be in the top 8, you have to secure 100 marks. That's the safe margin. There's 100% assurance to be in the Super Sunday tomorrow. But also back towards the side of Roy, they're being executed early. That's going to be, they only have like, what, 5 more maps to go.
That's true enough. And then when you take a look at certain teams out there who are not having too high of a benchmark of a score throughout the course of the week, it definitely is going to be pretty tough, especially within 6 maps. You will have to pull off at least 20 over points to actually get to 100 mark if you're going to be around Roy, or should I just say, if you can get at an average of 15, and this round being done and dusted for them, oh, it's definitely going to be pretty rough. But we're back in the game, as we are also taking a good look into all the other teams. UDO2 so far have not really gotten the best of starts to the season, and they have definitely had, you know, certain changes coming in from the past season into this one. Now, bringing some familiar faces back on board, as well as especially fan favorites from Malaysia, is going to be rooting for Fredo, but how much can they pull up this time around? PIGMY is going to be taking that center region, having that control in between this roads heading into Painan is going to be really a good spot for them to basically see how they're going to play out that late stage of the game. Now, we see one of the top dogs of today, or should I say the course of the week, to be moving around the topside ruins. TALON might be able to strike onto RRQ later on. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they can be on close proximities against Sam9, but I don't think they're going to be meeting up so soon. But for Sam9, they're definitely going to be taking their time to journey their way onto the south side, as that corner of that first phase is showing us that it's going to go into the southern region. Could VIP now having newbies already being caught up all by himself.
That's not going to be great for Crate VIP. Just to remind you guys watching out there, Crate VIP didn't make it through for first Super Sunday as well. Same goes for the sort of Toadug. It's going to be a no-no for both teams if they're being executed early, because the one that actually watching from afar is going to be XERXIA. We have so many third party in this game these days. They have to be extra careful not to tunnel vision onto one particular angle only, but there's a bit of challenge received by Crate VIP. They fight back and responded to XERXIA. This is going to be trouble for Billy if he actually still in plain sight, but from pan to the fire, he walks straight into Talon's lair.
Oh, this is not going to look too good. I mean, they're already being tagged up so far coming into that scuffle over top side of the hill and facing off against TALON is going to be a little bit tricky because they don't really have that info inside of Hainan, but they already spot one out over on the other corner of the hill. So good work coming from newbies to be able to at least identify that there are going to be teams around them, so they will be on their toes. Meanwhile, Sem9 lurking around, going to be trying to spot out members coming from the side of RRQ. It's going to be a great lock because there's not much area where Kenny S could actually push out, so he'll have to see if there's going to be any form of movements coming out of RRQ. Meanwhile, expect them not to really move too far off because they're already within the region of the first stage circle. So there's not too much pressure going on, but RRQ definitely wants to take good control of this ruined sector.
Now, speaking of circle, we do want to have a glimpse where we're actually heading to for the next circle. If it's going to be comprised of all 3 islands, or is it going to be just favoring or tucked into one direction by the end of the day. But RRQ Sem9, when it comes to the points, they are pretty close among themselves. But RRQ do have the upper hand with also securing Snake on Kenny. There's going to be a clean execution, a clean crispy spray at that, not even whiffing single bullet. But speaking of Sem9, due to how they lost 2 members, heavy casualty on their side with no trade coming up from the side of RRQ. They're starting off as trio just now. Early on, they fought somebody else. It's going to be tough for Loyu and Dap to just hang on till the very end.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for them, especially Kenny S, right? He was also doing some scouting duty, and the moment that he left that corner of the rock, you see how quick RRQ responded by just sending one of their players to just secure another pickoff, and Snape just do it in such a great fashion. Now, like you said, it's going to be covering all 3 sectors, but from the looks of it, the Alpha Islands will be off limits for the upcoming region. So majority of them will be split in between Hainan, which is why TALON is not going to let go of that area. And Crit VIP, they're hoping to actually share this area happily with the side of TALON for now. No point committed into a fight just yet. Whereas XERXIA, they've already took the mainland hills. We will have Lobby making sure that there's not going to be anyone else around. Todak's going to be on the other end of the hill. These teams, with their early setups, they're just preparing for what's about to come. Now, the wrong engines from MKT kind of revealed a little bit of information towards Lobby as well. Going to be a little tough for him to actually go for an open peek, though. Meanwhile, Batman, on top of the roof, he might be able to find something against PIGMY.
But if it's not being careful enough, there's going to be another team scout over the other side of a hill. We do know they're trying to just dominate on the northern side of a hill. There's also PIGMY firing onto the side of Team Flash. And there's also another team. I think that's going to be the Infinity just behind them on the left side. But Team Flash, lucky enough, Batman know how to hide himself, not over-peeking. While we do have a bit splitted apart from the rest of the roster, we do have the duo of Conti and Ghost from Team Flash just to feed the information off towards the rest of the roster regarding the position of the others. We do have VOIN under there, but for the side of circle, I have a feeling it's going to be possibly 100% Painan. And like you mentioned before, Contra, Painan is split into 2 sides. There's going to be a small bridge in between. Which side you pick will actually heavily depending on that kind of circle by the end of the day to get those chicken dinner. I guess I'm a bit lonely now, but it's okay. PA on the other hand. Okay, we talked about PEA yesterday quite some time, and PEA didn't actually have a very great run compared to yesterday. Compared to last week, where PEA do have some trouble to adapt themselves throughout the entirety of the tournament. Now, when it comes to week number 2, a lot of teams seems to be familiarized with their rotations, and things seem to be a bit tough for the side of PEA if they haven't changed a thing. Now, they need to change their approach and angles toward the entirety of navigation, or even change their strategy entirely by being a bit more aggressive than actually playing it safe, because whatever they're trying to do here right now is not turning out well for them. Okay, We're gonna have Contra back with us. Don't worry, guys, ladies and gents. Speaking of PIGMY and Team Flash do have the upper hand when it comes to the elevations of the ground. But PIGMY, they will not live out this area of compound yet because there's gonna be solid compound for them to work things through. If the rest of the team coming up from across them, which is gonna be behind them, those hills just now, will have to force themselves out from the blue zone. While GigFam still navigating himself to find the very comfortable spot for them to wait it out. Probably they are planning to gatekeep here. But on the side of GigFam, there's nobody else to gatekeep from Camp Charlie. While we do have Painan already comprises with so many teams. A bit too over-concentrated right now with TALON and also Create VIP happen to be sharing for quite some time early on. They seem to be having a truce. So they will share until when time's needed for them to part ways or even fight against each other. Infinity, on the other hand, will have to go and find themselves an entry in. So hopefully they won't be gatekeep, but Team Flash is going to be the next contender. Like it or not, Infinity will have to fight Team Flash or maybe made a bit of a U-turn. But the moment they land themselves in the center, there's going to be also PIGMY watching out. And KT, Talon, and Create VIP. 3 teams in the same vicinity. While Infinity just joined and gonna say hello to XERXIA. RNJ haven't spotted their one out yet. They definitely heard the audio of the vehicles. Lobby acts giving such a warning sign not to cross over this side. Just a bit of warning shots just now that made the rest of the team of Infinity pulled over and land themselves all stacked up in this sniper tower. Mr. Joe tapping it out from afar. Now this is going to be an interesting sight for Mr. Joe. Can he do it again? PIGMY spotted out the rest of Infinity. This is going to be tough. PA coming in to charge. While Infinity, they're stacked up. Not the best position, but PA, they're trying to flush out the rest of the Create VIP. Create VIP, they're not being judged by talent, but it's going to be PA coming out of nowhere, navigating himself into the safe zone and get a 1-2-1 trade. Mika taking on Talon, GigFam against Talon, PA against Create VIP. First one to go down and saying goodbye for Create VIP is going to be Bill next. Infinity, PA plays, exchange of nades between these two, knockdown on Blaze. Here comes the nade to clear off the corners.
And they're all gathered up. Infinity trying to penetrate through the front lines as they do have the nades actually clipping onto their own members. PEA blundered in the most crucial moment, and this is all not looking all too well. Infinity also see the damage on their own, and XERXIA launches the attack from the back, and it's all going haywire. Treks these social vibes, but on the bottom side, the side of NKT will prevail only for the seismic. Another nade drops in. Got 2 nades down. It's all down to Logan. Infinity now will have to rely on this solo member.
Cleon made it down on gut turning. Logan just now have to see all the rest of the teams just being decimated in front of his eyes without able to do anything. PA, despite the charge into his Create VIP, and Mr. Joe coming from NKT has been tapping from the sideline for quite some time. The circle have to just shift at the very moment, but lucky enough for NKT, Todak will just join in as well, and at least the last player of Infinity, Logan, don't have to leave the circle yet.
Yeah, they're just gonna have that safe section over onto the corner of the southwest. Meanwhile, Team Secret being peppered by the side of Sam9, but Deb goes down. Great work coming in from the side of Team Secret, as well as jumper from UDO2 to be able to tack by as the members of Team Secret. They're not gonna be having the greatest of moment to get out of this area. Hugged by the corner of the circle, they will have to push through against the rest of a healthy squad of UDO2.
Team Secret, on the other hand, have to cut across 2 teams on 2 different angles. There's going to be a big swing coming from break if they want to find an opening. With UDO2 going for 2-1-1 formation, jumper from the backside, giving support fire, but lucky enough for Team Secret, the only one that can actually spot out the position is just going to be Kid. Over the flank side, just go for off angle, while the rest of UDO2 right now do have the heal to separate them and the rest of Team Secret. But here comes VOIN. Now this will be a bit of a distraction for UDO2.
Yeah, and the unseen that they were faced by it, they do let them bypass for now. as Maxius and Co. They managed to find a shack for themselves. Only a little cover to get a glimpse of what exactly is going on in the region of Hainan. Might be able to spot some members outside of Team Flash as they try to bypass the bridge section. This is going to be a little bit of a difficult stance if they were to move a little bit outbound of the area. Batman forced to be camping out behind that rock while the rest of Talon, they are just waiting to strike. Anyone that steps out of line, they're just going to claim some free points. Although it's only going to be one for now, they will settle for more later on as more of these teams will have to force their way into Thailand. And this is Bobohu being caught out by Team Secret as they move into the village.
Quite surprising, VOIN Donkey actually separated himself from the rest of the team here, going for 2-2 formation perhaps, as they lost heavy casualty on their side, remaining with another two players, which I have no idea where they're currently at. Well, Talon, they have been very patient, but it won't be long when finally the silence has been broken, because coming up from the bridge side, Team Flash just start to tap away, and one by one in shambles, taking out limb by limb, saying goes to the side of Team Secret. UDO can spot him out, took him quite some time, but RRQ want to steal it away in the very last minute, didn't manage to land any of those shots.
Yeah, they arrived only a little late, but Ludo too, they managed to be getting themselves into the take of the scenario. Nepeko has managed to find one at the very least. So it's going to be 3 members left for the side of UDO2, but they have been doing pretty well in order to keep themselves within a safe distance. So this southwest end is going to give them a little bit of room to breathe, but there is Geek Fam on the other corner of the hill. I think you've already spot some movements already, but UDO2 don't exactly want to reveal themselves just yet. They're not entirely clear for RRQ. They will have to take a couple of steps to get into the rim of the circle in stage 5. Peko launches an attack over onto members of the side of Team Flash, while there is another fight that's going on between VOID and Infinity. They get themselves 5.
VOIN Donkey still having a 2-team flash. The one actually start to engage UDO2 against Gig Fam and RRQ at the same time, because Audrey seems to be interested with their position here right now. Abi's on the ground bleeding out. Jumper trying to fight back against RRQ, but Jumper on the other hand couldn't visualize too much from this angle. There's nothing else he can actually land his shots on, while Gig Fam spot out the rest of UDO2. Jumper cannot turn off vision here. This will bite him from the back.
Yeah, he's got to be very, very wary of his position right now. Not much cover to begin with, but that's just a tiny little rock that he's going to be hugging towards. He does have a grenade though. Planning to actually send this one towards the side of Gig Fam, but he has already been spotted out. Sharpshooting coming in from Audrey to take him down instantaneously. While you're at one more on the block for the side of Talon Esports. And this fight between Flash as well as PIGMY finally comes to a closure, with more PIGMY members slowly withered down. But they still have 3 more members left alive. Right now, trying to get the catch over onto Audrey as they manage to get one knock onto the members of Geek Fam. And VOIN Donkey, they're smack dab in the center of it all. This circle is pulling all the Painan players into the outskirts instead. So this is going to be really hectic inside the city. Meanwhile, Kwang trying to gatekeep the rest of PIGMY to get a little bit more of a crossover. UDO2 does not survive to tell the tale, but it's 10th place finish with 3 points.
Yep, afraid it couldn't last long with too many teams pressuring him from the back and from the front as well. There's going to give them RRQ just now, but Team Flash taking the bridge to work at its best. But the problem is they got less than 5 seconds to decide whether it's go time or not, because the Blues will be very painful for this one. It's stage number 6 commencing as Team Flash spotted out the rest of PIGMY, who fought himself way into Infinity and NKT at the same time. Never mind Infinity, Logan just going to play the healing game. I have no idea how many first aid he still have left, but PIGMY will just try to return the favor with the nade cooking up in his hand to the side of NKT. The rest of NKT, Mr. Joe and Triple F already breach into the side of PIGMY. Is hugging himself into one corner, but they're not in the circle still. The moment they step into the circle, the rest of Gig Fam will start, Talon will start to open fire.
Yeah, it's such a struggle for the members of Flash to try to cut into the course of Painan, and PIGMY pulling up a tough defense with him being cornered up. Triple F now launches some maneuvers into the shack. Trying to actually find angles through the windows, but not quite enough. Blue Zone setting in, damage being done. The God finds it. And KT is still being pressured here, needing to find some resources to try to survive the damage of the Blue Zone. So now being blinded up. Todak now cornered up. If there's already down, Talon zoning them away. And Yoru will seal the deal eventually.
For the side of Logan, he start moving. That shows that he doesn't have any more first aids, but he lasts long enough to be in the top 7 here right now. Down to probably 1 loss or 2 more first aid there is, while waiting for Todak to be eliminated. Well, I think he just placed himself at 6th place here for the side of the last player of Infinity. Now towards the RIQ versus Gig Fam. They pressured themselves by staying in the blue zone for way too long. At the same time, being pressured at blue and RIQ and VOIN firing from both angles. And next is going to Fish It Fish. Well, Talon is winning and hammering this.
I was about to praise RRQ with their efforts there on that fight. They were being pushed by the rest of Geek Fam, and yet again, managed to drop in those nades. But once they were settled back, it's only 11 points, and Talon have been able to spot them out as they try to get that exit out of Thailand. And now only 3 teams remain. Somehow, Flash have managed to squeeze past all these teams and makes it into the top 3. VOIN 90. They do stand a good chance here, but Talon is looking in a better shape as Axel tries to retrieve that information, knows that they're inside of that shack. Not much room right here, but they do have those grenades to play this one out. Team Flash will wait for their chances there as Linux will try to actually find one, and yes he will, looking for the final member of Team Flash as he's being zoned off completely by the zone, and Linux still spotted. Talon now, 1 member left versus the 2 members by the shack. We'll try to actually go for the resuscitation. There's still gonna be Yogi right there, so it's still gonna be 2v2 until they get to rescue Axel and they can turn the tides around.
It's gonna be 2v2 right now. Axel still can be picked up and Linux will actually do the work, but time is not on their side. The blue zone is definitely 100% their enemy right now. Yuri hugging the corners, but he needs to open fire just to buy time for the rest of the teammate. Have a bit of a reset, being forced out anyhow, out in the open, exposed. Yuri climbing out, hiking towards the rest of Team VOIN Donkey. Razak there is left with Maxius coming up from the backside. Linux found an off angle, opening for the team. Talon, all they need to do, they managed to reset as a trio once more. They have the numbers, they have the advantage, but they are in an open field. It's down to 2v2 now.
And now with 1 member standing in the way, Maxius just sprays with the DPS, not able to find anything at all, and it will Talon here, the first chicken dinner of the run.
They are definitely not celebrating yet, but this is going to be a boost of momentum for the side of Talon. Almost watched that one very close. They actually have a clear view to the side of VOIN, but they will hesitate just a tiny bit. They almost cost them the chicken dinner. But nonetheless, a chicken is a chicken. And not just that, they've been one of the many teams, one of the very few, not too many, actually parked themselves quite early in Pinum. So it's theirs to take. They've been playing the patience game. They waited out, shared the compound with Creep VIP since the start, but they are the one that lost the longest out there.
Yeah, I love the way that they played it out with pure discipline, where they were not really taking unnecessary fights, because if they were to crash early, then they won't have actually secured this ideal position to close out that round. Linux, Yoru, Axel, I think they definitely put up some huge numbers in this round. And of course, great supplementary support coming in from Missouri at the same time in order for them to get the entire difficult region to be covered up. And they were basically playing a split as well, where they also have intel over onto the top end of the hill from across the midsection of Thailand as well as Ruins. So it's just a perfect way for Talon to start off day here with massive win. And Axel, we get himself a really raw stats here. Some good percentage of headshots as well to actually come to the ground. But my, what a run this has been, as they will continue on their spree of momentum as they have built this up throughout the course of the week.
Now, the top 4 teams, no denying Talon's performance, but Infinity, he lasted long enough that one single player, which was Logan before, and he was playing the healing game when there was still around 8 to 9 teams. He used all his first aid that possibly can be done. But before we head into the numbers later on, we're going to just rewatch the highlight when it comes to how Talon got himself the chicken. Now, Talon scored himself 12 eliminations with a total points of 22, which is going to be solidified their position at number 1 spot around in the 90s, close enough to be in the safe benchmark of the 100 mark up there. While IQOO, the team that always consistently getting themselves in the top 3 and top 4 in almost every finale, but never a chicken here.
Yeah, and also they started off on such a great note, taking off the targeted Roy, and there were a couple of times that they were caught out in a really precarious situation, but has been able to actually convert these rounds into a substantial amount of points. That's double digits of 11. Meanwhile, of course, the other half of the pack, we can see them actually participating in multiple fights as well. Roy unfortunately only managed 1 point off of RRQ, and Semline, they lost way too many members that they should in that early game and were unable to actually fight to get more points out of this round. But it's looking really good for Talon to be able to make it into the Super Sunday round alongside the current top 4 as well. But when we take a look at how Flash has done this game, they did not score as many points as they would have actually wished for, but they made it into that top 3 finish, which has kept themselves afloat in order to survive this round, in order to qualify.
Now, speaking of the second page, we do have up to possibly 11 plays to just put himself in the top 8 here, but 12 plays onward, starting from Team Secret down to possibly PA. There's going to be a rough day for them. They want to get those numbers up. They need to at least score themselves the continuous chicken dinner plus a double-digit elimination. And for the side of Roy, they being eliminated early by RRQ just now, but at the same time, I mean, it's gonna be a stepping stone for them before they're entering to week number 3. I hate to break it, but very slim chance for the side of Roy to advance towards the Super Sunday.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be the case right now. But of course, we can focus on some of the top performers here, as we got a top 4 gunslingers. RRQ have done massive amount of damage in the match of Sanoff, as we saw them dealing a total of 2,600 damage. That's even bigger as compared to the winners of that past round. TALON have managed to put a hefty amount, still 1.5k, and that's also due to the fact that there's so many teams that they will have to face off against in that city of Hainan. And you see the top frags mostly coming out of RRQ because they will never say no to a fight.
Now there's going to be a lot of RRQ players squeezing in last minute. Jersey's color scheme is almost the same, but it's a different player from a different team, which can be VOIN, Donkey, Razor. We do know he's one of the key players coming up from the side of VOIN, Donkey. But the rest of them, Snake, No Mercy, and Nepega, only one left coming up from RRQ, not actually on top yet. But just to remind you guys, the highest elimination pulled by Nepega for this season, and it was 12 elimination. And the damage by this one particular player is crazy. And when it comes to most damage, it's still held by RRQ at 3,899. With the highest eliminations as a squad in one single round, it's still RRQ at 21 eliminations. That's breaking the record of last season as well. For Nepega, he overtaken last season's record for the most eliminations by a squad in one single map. It's also this season's breaking it at 21. Same goes for the side of Gunslingers when it comes to damage output. Now, this happens in Erangel. And we do know when it comes to RRQ, they're so good at taking fights. They're so aggressive at getting those fights and numbers up. But never once they scored a chicken yet in this season.
I don't think that they need chicken dinners if they're doing so well, right? Like, if you could basically outnumber them by just taking all these fights and winning them at the same time, you're basically earning that right for a 15-pointer that's equivalent for that chicken dinner. So I guess like eventually they might be able to get themselves that big win, and RQ fans, they definitely just have to wait for that. So that first round is just the tone that is being set before we move into Erangel. Now, a lot of them are looking absolutely sharp, and I'm just looking back into some of all these instances. I think one of the limelight of that past map was definitely that eruption of a fight between NKT. There was so many teams on that corner where Crit VIP was at over on the corner of Hainan, and in that instance, these four teams are just basically withering each other down to the point that they got so low and eventually got picked up one after another. It's not that they want to be in such a position, because of the pressure of the zone that didn't allow them any other spot but to contest in that. So in Erangel, maybe we will see lesser of that sort, unless if we're ever going into this Nazca Island or so. So we shall definitely see Choo-Choo.
You wish. You wish. Your wish might be granted when it comes to getting a really massive fight as well, because the circle is still so unpredictable in Erangel these days. We do have a slightly northern side of Pochinki circle sometimes. We had 2 times Impala, 1 time Lipovka, and it was 100% Lipovka with so many water in it as well. That's around 70 to 60% of water last time we've seen it. Maybe twice for SMB by far. And the rest of them mostly quite generous around the center, or slightly just once on the left side. On, I think, around the southern side of Hospital, just on the northern side of Gatka Mountains as well. But speaking of Erangel map, this is where most of the Indonesian teams, including Team Flash, do love this map a lot. When it comes to the numbers, this is where we start to pick up. But it's going to be the first Erangel. Maybe some teams start to slowly try to find a pace, but we can anticipate when it comes to second Erangel and the last Erangel of the day, things going to get super chaotically done.
Indeed, it will be, and heading back into some of the scores that have been set here in the first round, Geek Fam definitely was one of the teams that were vying to squeeze more and more of those points. It was so unfortunate that their attempt onto RQ has been botched, because that would have actually put them into a healthier state, and they are still on that borderline here in order to qualify. So I want to see in this upcoming 3 back-to-back rounds of Erangel, how will the side of Geek Fam fare, because things are looking a little bit shaky to start things off with.
That's kind of true. Now, speaking of the points here, do keep your eye out towards the 8th and 9th placement, because that's going to be the difference between who will actually go into the Super Sunday straight and who will actually have to leave it out for tomorrow's map and tomorrow's game. Now, speaking of which, I feel like Roy, I do understand the condition here right now based on how they were being picked off by RRQ earlier on top of Ruins in Sunhawk. They just scored 1 eliminations. And we do know for a fact it's such a tough spot for Roy to catch up when it comes to the points in overall rankings of the last chance stage here, because the points that are being carried forward throughout the group stage, they didn't gain as much as they hoped they would be. So they probably going to be the first few teams to not having any Super Sunday here for 2 weeks in a row.
And that is going to be really tough for them to even advance into the finals. I mean, there is another week for them to try their best in order to secure a better ranking at the very least. And even by then, when they do move into those Sunday runs, they will need to stack up as many points as possible. So they cannot rest on their laurels at all. Now, we've got our players pretty much getting themselves set up for Angle. Some of them have definitely had a difficult start, but that does not wipe up their smiles off the face. You just love the bunch of NKT. They are always in the mood.
Oh, you have to actually see FaZe Clan Mormon. He's always the one that actually just dances and jumps sometimes, but they're not playing it because they advance straight towards the Super Sunday, which you're gonna have a bit of the glimpse of that in action tomorrow, by the way, Contra. So I'm happy that you're here with us when it comes to the weekend fights there. But speaking of you guys watching at home, I'm so sorry if I actually over screaming myself or just hurting your ears, so I will try to tone it down a bit. Your voice has been heard from my side. I'll try my best to keep everybody happy. But speaking of the next map of Wrangle, we do know this is going to be so crucial for the teams at 8 and 9 place. That's going to be starting off early on 7-9, VOIN, Donkey, PIGMY, Kickfam, as well as XERXIA and Team Flash. They're not safe yet still, but NKT and TALON, especially TALON, I have to break the news. I feel like they're 100% going into the Super Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, with that, Chicken Dinner is pretty much guaranteed for them because they've already reached into the 100-point margin in moments time. So with that said, the journey still continues on. We're not in the qualified already, but they definitely want to get all these games in to familiarize with the rest of the opponents as we are set for our second match, Aaron Gallon.
We are back in Wrangle. Probably I should just use that kind of tone these days, like a news read or something. A bit more smoothing, or soothing, sorry, in that terms. Possibly a lot more happy people down there. We just want to keep everybody happy and enjoy the game, by the way. Now, speaking of which, we do have a northern side of the circle. There's high chance Contra these days that the flight path contradicts more the circle. So we might actually have a bit of SMB. We had a lot of in between SMB and Ferry Pier sort of circle, which is going to be the bridge up until possibly 4th or 5th stage, where it just shifted upwards once more towards the side of Ferry Pier.
Yeah, and I guess that if it goes into the mainland, there's still a lot of regions to be played out. This flight path does not really give a firm access into areas like Quarry or even Ferry Pier, which will require a couple. But majority of the teams, they're going to be playing around the northern region as well. I'll be keeping my eyes on Infinity because that sector of the map will also see XERXIA to be always in close proximities. They're going in for a little bit of a split, so who knows, early kickoffs might actually happen, as we do see this to be moving all the way up north, so it does not contradict the flight path this time around. So that's good news for the side of U2O2 that has the entirety of Severny as well as shooting range all clear for themselves, while we have a little scuffle already, as Roy is actually bound for a fight against the members of PEA. So that's one member being lost, I do believe, while Newbies does get a pickup onto VOIN ID. DOBs goes ahead to wipe Razak off the map.
Yep, for the sort of PEA, it's going to be the usual rotation for them to actually got themselves caught in a crossfire just now for the side of VOIN Donkey. Roy, just because they tried to snatch away the vehicles away from PEA's hand where they want to migrate themselves into Stalber. But for PIGMY and Sundown, we have 6 teams in contact right now. Not so peaceful as the start of the day.
Not really the smoothest of run at all. And this is where we're going to be looking into how they're going to be able to keep themselves safe in harm's way, as Z9 is already launching a couple of grenades over onto their corner. Luyu just making sure that they're not going to be able to move too far off, as damage has been done out there. That's going to be a member of Team Flash that have already been caught out by Boboho. What a party it is coming into this sector of Pachinki so early on. That man's already down. Huang goes ahead to clear it off and quickly goes in for the reset. That man's going to be absolutely A-okay.
But it's slightly detrimental for the side of VOIN to start off with only 2 players, since they're not in the safe benchmark either. They are in the 65, in the 60s. And we're talking about Crit VIP, who actually do overtake them when it comes to the overall rankings. Now, they want to solidify the position by getting more eliminations as well. Sorry, that's going to be a different team entirely just now. Crit VIP versus Team Flash, but we do have VOIN from the back. Now, VOIN, this is the best time for them to actually exit out, since Crit VIP happen to be just super busy with Team Flash, but seems like they're not leaving VOIN off the leash yet. Still aiming and hunting them down. That's going to leave out only 1 player for VOIN.
Yeah, and it's just tough. The only way to really play this out is either you try to secure as much points as you can by secretly taking teams off when they're unaware, or just basically leave the entire sector all by itself, because there's these 3 teams that will not give too much of a leeway to them. It's Crit VIP. They're ready to strike once more. 2 members of the side of Flash trying to hold it all the way down. And that is a perfect nade coming from the side of Batman. Knocking 2 down. Batman's going to be down for the count. All down to Kwang. He's got the TBS. Can he find more? No time to even go in for a pickup just yet, but Putra will go ahead and take charge all the way for the back in order to get that reset up. And once more, Gosu! He strikes! Wow! What a fight this is coming from the side of Flash. They turn the tides around. But Putra, he can go ahead to get that pickup to our pro. But the Team Flash, they strike like lightning. And they will secure 5 points in Pachinki.
Wow. That's a lot of rage till the end of it just now. Oh, sorry, I have to keep it very pleasant. And speaking of which, Justin, I agree. When it comes to the firepower of Team Flash, I did not expect them to fire back that aggressively regarding their looting. It wasn't actually at their best yet, but still managed to give so much fight. They actually didn't have that much of a loss, by the way. They still have a trio, which they managed to revive and reset for the entirety of the roster, set for 1. They had a bit of a trick, but it's all worth it.
Yeah, and look at the kind of push that VIP was actually putting up with. It wasn't exactly the cleanest access where they're all funneled into that entryway, so that grenade definitely caught them all off guard. So that plan definitely was in shambles by the time that they have 2 little members to work with, and it's just too hard for them to push through with another flank angle coming in from the members of Flash. Now, of course, the dust have settled. As for the rest of XERXIA, they're just making sure that they take control of that northern region. That's where the first phase of the circle is taking them to. RRQ on the hunt yet again. Spots out a member of TALON just moving past. Just doing typical scouting duty as the rest of Team Secret are starting to journey their way from that south end of Sinatra military base. But where exactly would be safe? We would love to take a look at the minimap in order to get a better idea. But just taking a little bit of pit stop here. Team Secret, another team that will be vying for a spot. But there's a lot of work to be done here for Team Secret. They need more than 20 points in order to get themselves into the safety net of the top 8 at the very least. That's also if other teams don't score, which is unlikely the case. Now, 7-9 though, I fancy their chances this time because they have always started off around the 70 section and they know all the nooks and crannies of this wide region to play.
Now, you mentioned about being top 8 just now. With Creep VIP being eliminated early on, this gives so much hope for the teams down to probably even 11th place to catch up to a very limited amount of slot remaining up there. Because the moment Creep VIP being pushed down later on, VOIN with one player, despite they probably won't get the best number of eliminations out there, as long as he holds himself down, like how Infinity Logan just managed to get himself in the top 4, top 3 in the last map, it's going to be more than enough to push themselves up. That's going to be just literally probably the same amount of points where Create VIP stands. Same goes for XERXIA. XERXIA still have a full squad, by the way, and their firepower is still immensely powerful.
Yeah, and we're already seeing slight little skirmishes. And back towards that note where you mentioned about the elimination of Crit VIP, it really opens up the floodgates right now. So even teams like GeekFam, Sam9, PIGMY, they're in a fancy spot. But the cutoff point right now is going to be XERXIA, and with XERXIA's positioning, I don't think that they're going to be breaking off all too early, especially with the kind of control of the region that they're holding under. A little bit more of a defensive setup, and this time around, we do see that circle coverage to be also around the corners of ruins, which is rather interesting because that also leaves a little bit more of a play room for the side of GeekFam. They don't really have to cut across that bridge and put themselves in danger.
Now, speaking of the circle, yeah, I agree when it comes to space, it's more on the southern side, because I have a feeling all the teams up there thinking we're coming up from the north, because the north is always the one that actually the most vacant places up there. But when every single team do have the same mindset, this is where things get a bit rowdy. As NKT will clash into Todak very soon. The moment they saw quite a clear view to a side of Todak, they will just pull over and start firing. But you talked about also there's going to be only 2 teams coming from the southern side. That's giving so much opportunity for these 2 teams if the circle just happened to be a hard shift down south once more.
Indeed, but of course, it still will be a long ordeal for these guys to go in for trade. Speaking of trade here, it's TALON taking out Snake so early into the matchup. Though they were basically doing some drive-bys for a couple of times, and RQ Ryu, they already had this idea of the whereabouts of TALON, but they were hoping to actually catch them off guard. In the end, they lost one in return. Now, TS managed to just shift by, not really receiving too lethal of a damage coming in from the side of RRQ Ryu for now, but they're hoping to actually take this fight. I'm not sure if this is going to be the right idea because RRQ, they do have a really firm setup from each respective estate that they're acquiring, and we don't really expect too much going on for the side of XERXIA for now. They're just going to be holding it through the bunkers while Asa immediately knocks down one member off. Team Secret, they will have a little bit of a safety net right behind the hill, but RQ might actually send a member to actually strike, and yes, indeed they do. No Mercy with those nades flying in. Trang, not safe at all, is Break will try to pull away and goes for the exchange. Here comes the push, coming in with the vehicles. No Mercy goes deep into the back. Now, TS, they're all surrounded up. Asa striking down Jinky, and now charging right through the smokes, looking for even more.
Oh no. TALON is here as well. There's going to be the cleaning up crew just arriving. RQ and also Team Secret in trouble. We just focus on 2 Team Secret versus RQ, but this is going nowhere. The third one is going to be the one that's winning over both teams here. With Namkut got finished off by TALON, that's going to be 3 points for TALON the moment they step in.
Yeah, and they're already stacking up to 3 already. TALON just being vicious like vultures, watching from afar, and now going up close and personal. Both sides locking horns. RQ completely forgot that TALON has always been around this vicinity, and they just crash out too early. I mean, despite all of their efforts of really taking up that fight, it is commendable, but they only got that 1 point to book out this round.
Talon still going for more. Finish off Team Secret break, and now we have a new contender as well, NKT. I realized when it comes to the mini-map, when we saw the circle shifted once more, the one that actually coming in very late for this round, this particular map, and this sort of circle is actually very beneficial, and that's going to be Team Flash. They're just coming in from the southern side. We only had 2 teams before, they're guarding over that side and gatekeeping. So it's going to be A-OK for Team Flash. It might actually be in the top 3 or top 4 later on because of how very little team down there on the southern side. But on the north, it's going to be a different story entirely. XERXIA still trying to play it safe, while Infinity already start to engage against another team, which is going to be Team Roy. Roy, on the other hand, 1 knockdown, leaving only 1 player left with 17 points. That's rough.
Yeah, it really is rough, and indeed our predictions also came true, where the circle pulls back towards the south side, and KT stuck right under the bridge as Toda is going fishing. Well, they are swordfishes after all themselves, so they're going to be able to feel absolutely comfortable about this instance, with Tam kind of spraying on his teammate instead. But, you know, any glimpse of movement, you just really don't want to take any chances. Triple F goes in for the exchange, caught out Cleon from the back as he's hiding through the smokes as well. NKT relying on him as well, the God, but the God is really stuck right there. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out alive, because Iftar has already got into the shorelines or of the river at the very least. So this exchange is taking a little far too long. More and more teams are going to be cornering them. Look at the top side of the moon map. There's another 2 teams also taking battles of their own. So consider Todak to be stuck the same spot where KTP is at.
Now, we've seen this too many times, one too many times when it comes to the bridge fight. There's always going to be that one team that hold their stand the longest. High chance is going to be NKT. Mr. Joe is still bleeding out and just swimming around. Here comes a nade, not clipping. Iftar tried to pressure towards the side of NKT, but Mr. Joe do have a bit of gritting, found himself a buggy inside to have a bit of a reset, while UDO2 and GigFam happen to be busy up here. Don't forget Team Flash just happened to pass by. I'm not sure where they're at right now, but if these 2 teams, UDO2 so far, the only flaw that we can actually witness, a big flaw that coming up from their side, they tunneled their vision too much. They focus on only one angle. If that happens again this time around, it's going to be detrimental for both teams, in fact, in this case.
Indeed, it will be. Some really good nades to actually apply pressure onto the side of Geek Fam though, but the crease of the hill is just giving Geek Fam that perfect defense. It's going to be hard to push upwards as Izane and the rest of Geek Fam is still looking for angles against the rest of UDO2. They don't really have to fully commit, and UDO2 has a quick idea of where they could just quickly reposition, because that circle's also shifting away, so they can continuously gatekeep the rest of Geek Fam without needing to go for that close proximity fight. Now, Geek Fam, they pull all the way back, a little bit closer into the ruins as they find themselves shelter on that compound, while the rest of XERXIA are just flocking into the outskirts of ruins, and Team Flash is already waiting in the wings. This ain't going to be easy at all. So XERXIA, as much as they've been staying quiet, eventually the fights will come to their side of the way.
Talon Axel, they just got themselves a quite number of eliminations in the last round, where they already break the triple-digit points here, 100 over points, 102 to be exact, but they have to lose Axel quite early on. PA taking the charge here when it comes to fighting a mid-range CQC between the 2 teams, but Yoru, the spray of the DB edge, you just tap it once or twice within the smoke, it will connect somehow.
Yeah, and now PA find themselves pretty much in a troubled situation. Will have to leave their teammates be, as Linux just goes in for a big wraparound and will eventually secure a miss. PA, despite certain heroics through the week, they still find themselves closer to the bottom, and wherever they go, they just slowly get picked off. This entire region of play is just surrounded with teams, and that was a desperate attempt coming from XERXIA to also move into the waters. We'll be joined with the company of Todak, and Cleon says, okay, welcome my friend, I don't think they are staying for too long. That nade blasted the vehicle back up into the air for a bit, but XERXIA still will survive.
The IGL of PEA. try to last as long as he needs to, but he needs to have a bit of a breath of air just to pick out side for a bit. And Talon has been waiting on the other edge. Todak is giving the pressure on. All eyes on XERXIA right now. This is going to be tough for PA, but they try to last as long as they can. While Talon actually save XERXIA for now. It is put out the entirety of Todak underneath the bridge. It's going to be fishing time for Talon.
Yeah, just perfect angles. I'm just really surprised that Todak has been able to last so long right on the bridge. And on the other corner, it's going to be VOIN ID that gets taken out very early on. Not too sure what went on, but it has been very, very tricky for our first round of air goal of the day. Linux taking a wide angle. They got the bird's eye view across the region, but they will have to find ways to cut across the bridge as well. Only a singular member of PIGMY watching a lot. Just wants to get themselves a little bit deeper into the play area as if their gets knocked down. So quick with the taps on this mini 14. And Todak somehow they're just trying to squeeze their way through, but there's just no escaping the wrath of the members of TALON.
Now, I'm not surprised Todak actually last this long based on your previous point just now, because that's how they got themselves the chicken dinner previously. So they are playing the same strategy here, but the same thing don't work twice when it comes to PUBG Mobile. That's the beauty of it. But for XERXIA, the last play of PA, and that's going to be the IGL, finally be taken down by the teams out there, with Todak now remaining as 2 players. Talon going to play the bridge game as well as Misery park himself on the other side of the land. So there's going to be 2 different angles for Talon to swing it over, but the problem is the circle will shrink and the Blues start to eat these players alive in less than 1 second.
Yeah, this is increasingly difficult. You see so many other teams going on wheels. UDO2 will force their way upon the rest of XERXIA, and this is going to be a tough nut to crack as the rest of UDO2 are also being spotted out. RNJ sends in 1 grenade. And we'll find the 2 members of O2 for now. Team Flash, they're just basically parked directly in the center. Don't really have to do a thing until more teams actually enter the ruined sector. So, despite it having 11 teams left, you know that the fights will slowly go through as UI spots a member off the side of Roy, as Infinity will also join in the party. So the attention will be drawn from the side of XERXIA to be on the split position. RJ now gets a catch onto Izane, whereas Sem9, they will go in to clear off the member of Roy.
Roy not progressing, not even a tiny bit here. We're talking about only 1 point. They got themselves in the last Sunhawk and nothing else they actually gain when it comes to this map. For Todak, they last still long enough, but the rest of Talon joins in for the swimming game. Well, we do have quite a hefty amount of teams on the other end, which are going to be Infinity, XERXIA, and Sam9 seems to be interested crossing over, but how to cross if there's too many eyes watching across this river. Misery spot out Tom. That's going to be an easy spray. Tom to 1 HP and he's down. Leaving Lynx alone to do all the work by himself is going to be the Merman doing some acrobatic stuff, aquatic acrobatics probably in this segment right now. But Gig Fan, they will not be gatekeep anymore because XERXIA are now focusing towards the riverside as well. But Sam9, despite they tried, they cannot cross over, and it's going to be Talon securing the points.
But they really got some good fights going their way as well. Sam9 at least booked themselves out with 5 points. Things are stepping up for Talon. Look at that, they're over 11 fights just going fishing, and that didn't really have any equipment at all. And so we do with fucking out of this match eventually. Still spotting the top of Infinity, now left with only 2 healthy members, while the rest of the fam still behind the corners of this ruins, just trying to see if he could get some long-range trades going, as Snipes might actually find a good vantage here on. But majority of all these players are hugging by the corners of the wall and also some creases. The rest of XERXIA finally slide. It's time to push, and they will hunt out the rest of UDO2. There's just no place to go.
XERXIA, at the moment they won over that fight, it's going to be Infinity and Gig Fam from those elevations to shut them down. Team Flash do capitalize over the center. They got themselves quite a solid compound. It's quite a view up there if they climb all the way up While XERXIA will try to keep them from by denying the mobility to advance into the safe zone. At least they made it through and got himself some covers, but XERXIA, they quite split it out. And Team Flash taking advantage from the back.
Yeah, Flash, they've been waiting for this moment for the longest of time. Finally participating shooting one more member and climbing up Mount Gatka. They find themselves here by the trees of this region, and it goes back. It's getting tagged up. Because now it's split pretty much far towards the tree sector, and XERXIA is not going to let them pass so easily. More damage being done, but that does not flood away on the left half. They get caught out. It's 30k with DPS, and Yoru is still hiding out. Can he spot him though? He's thinking about it. He's got that grenade, and now it's Huber's time to push. He goes up and does the damage. 1 HP left, and 30 goes down. That is going to be the rest of Infinity wiped out.
2 players left on the side of TALON. They score another hefty amount of eliminations. Yeah, big volume of elimination indeed. Last time they got to 12, now 11. And they're still not done yet. We still have a lot of teams out there down to 5. With PIGMY, 1 player knocked down, bleeding out. Jabranki trying to do some damage control, fighting against Team Flash, which is going to be coming up from their right side. But it's only 2 players of Team Flash that's remaining. For the side of PIGMY, they should taken this opportunity to go in for the rush, but they couldn't spot out the rest of remaining members of Team Flash. Hence, they're quite hesitant to make the call. While the other side, the north, we do have a bit of a cluster up there. XERXIA and also TALON still having a go, because TALON just happened to be focusing on towards the side of XERXIA right now, with Gig Fam hammering down XERXIA as well. XERXIA sandwich between the 2 teams.
Yeah, it's such a technical spot to play out, and there's just so little region for them to actually get some grounds covered up. But at least for XERXIA, their defensive mindset has paid off. Now they find themselves in a predicament as well. But they will have to turtle in for the moment until they get a clean angle. Speaking of clean angles, it's going to be Batman trying to actually find a spray onto the side of PIGMY members. A little damage being done towards the side of Acho, but not enough to eliminate any members at all. I don't think they'll be able to actually save the knocked member out there, as he's being zoned away completely. But look at Team Flash as well. It's just by the edge, and they will need to reposition eventually. It really depends on how Stage 7 is going to treat them. If they do get the advantage of the hard shift, then things are going to be looking very good for Team Flash.
I agree when it comes to PIGMY. Billbot might actually going to go out cold, but I think one of the members just managed to reach him out at the nick of time, because they happen to be stacked up with each other. Team Flash, they didn't actually go in for the push just now. A bit of silence, a bit of a peace before another fight and crossfire will commence, which is going to be very soon. Here it comes. It goes a bit too late for them to go for the push, but they made it the push. Somehow a hidden golden nade. A Kobe right on top of Jabranki. And PIGMY, they down back to 3 players.
That was beautiful. He cooked it out to perfection and just dropped it on top of him. No time to even respond to that, but Dimsy, he tries to actually hold down the line. It's not going to be all too clear of an angle for him to even spot these movements coming in from Gosu. Jobran can still feed off some information even despite him being knocked down. And Achil watching from the outskirts. Gosu's just got to be really careful. He's already being tagged up. Has to tuck away the grenade for now. Batman hiding through the smokes, also getting tagged as the rest of Team Flash. They want to actually sign up for this battle. Despite them only having 2 members, they're taking on all 4 of the members of PIGMY.
Gosu cooking up the nade. Billbot will reply and respond. He managed to being revived just now, but not the reset yet, as Gosu land another back on his knees for Billbot. No, it's a no-no for him to stand up at all for the entire scene here. While TALON Yoru trying to find any sort of an opening from the back. Achul still pretty low himself, but Batman gonna toss another one, and it's gonna be the molly. At least he got himself some corners to just hug around and reset and recuperate. Batman will try to decide whether to go for the push, but not yet. Try to revive one Gosu, but this gonna be a trap that walks straight into it. Oh, they missed the toss.
Yeah, but they're already closing in. Batman quickly repositions Gosu now. Has so little health, he will basically pop a med kit or even the first aid if he does have any left in the tank. Somehow, PIGMY is just having so much trouble leaving this region because of the pressure coming in from the side of Team Flash. Despite only being 2 members, they are definitely not holding back at all. But resources are slowly running dry. But North Point, though, take a look at that. Some of these players are on the outskirts of the circle. And by hook or by crook, GeekFam will need to squeeze tightly into the next phase. Therefore, Megamind, he's got a huge task in hand to keep GeekFam at bay.
It's going to be 3v3. No team having a full squad here. Talon and Flash having the least amount of firepower. That man alive on the side. GeekFam, Snipes lost his helmet, shredded entirely, lost it during the process of peeking out. But Talon Misery giving the pressure on XERXIA, making it so difficult to XERXIA to just focus on GeekFam right now. Snipes trying to find an opening. He found Urzi's position, but the problem is how to cross the other side. With Molly pressure them back to go for a retreat. This giving such a trouble for GeekFam. They cannot go into advance, but PIGMY and Flash are not done as well.
Yeah, I believe that there's going to be a slight vision onto Billbot as he will drop down. That nade giving just about enough pressure as he's just waiting for them to actually take a little bit of a peek. Misery still finds one. A member is down from the side of XERXIA and they're all segregated. Oh, this is not going to look too good. They had such a good defense and now it's all starting to crack. Gosu somehow still has a couple of these smokes to try to blindside side of PIGMY. And they're hoping to actually recommit with that. Dodges the nade. Batman still survives. He goes in for a jump shot. Is he going to find more? And they're all being pressured by the zone. And there you go. The final tap goes through. Team Flash still a valiant effort to score 9 eliminations in this match.
Stolen by Talon from the side. Those DBS don't work that kind of distance, buddy. I don't think so. Talon just sprayed from the third party perspective and they secured those eliminations after such a long work by PIGMY. But on the side of XERXIA, they have been lasting long enough despite being sandwiched between Talon and GeekFam. XERXIA's Megamind now trying to squeeze out the last of his brainy big brain juice. But back to us on side of Talon. Yoru knocked down next. It's going to be down to 1 player. Talon, but they already scored more than a chicken dinner, by the way.
Yeah, that's more than enough. This top 4 finish is already equivalent to a win if I basically counted all correctly. While we focus on the fight between GeekFam as well as PIGMY, as they will be the final 2 teams remaining. But Artie's all low. He does get the pick off against Achul. Hiding right behind the rock. He knows that Bilbo is going to be there. He's just going to focus his attention before dealing with Achul. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A huge victorious round for the side of PIGMY Indonesia.
A big fat chicken, yes. When it comes to big fat elimination, I'm not so sure myself. We have to tell out the scores later on how much they actually secures. But PIGMY is back to their week 1 performance. Play it safe, not to overexpose themselves, and just secure the placement points instead. But on the side of Talon, I think they can pretty much have a very smooth sailing here and just chillax and just have a bit of an enjoyment time or just, you know, have fun in the game because they are 100% going to Super Sunday.
That's right. And as a matter of fact, you were wondering, oh, were there many points being secured by side of PIGMY? Not entirely so, but a win is a win because they were doing so much just to try to eliminate those members out of Team Flash, but that got stolen away as well. But because of that defensive play, they find themselves into a great position to outlast all the other teams that were struggling to even get to the area of ruins. So therefore, PIGMY, they definitely have covered each other very, very well. Isn't exactly the most flashy of play styles that we're looking at from the side of Buildbot 25 and Co. But look at the damage done. Man could actually secure 5 kills if everything were to go his way.
The MVP is going to be the man that multiple times on his knees just now. We just saw that Contra. He's been bombed so many times. He can't even stand up to spray normally due to how much the pressure of the nade galore onto only his angle. But we do have our match recap when it comes to the top 4 team. It's going to be Talon, PIGMY, XERXIA, and Team Flash. Team Flash, despite we don't see them ending with the chicken dinner, but this is one of their best performance of week number 2. But let's relive the moment of PIGMY chicken dinner.
And here we have TALON still sitting at the top here with plenty of elimination points to book out around. Despite PIGMY winning the chicken dinner, it's 18 points in for TALON Esports. And so far, for the course of the day, the Indonesian teams have been dominating, while XERXIA is also climbing up there with a 13-point finish, alongside with Team Flash still remaining very consistent to secure themselves a top 4 finish. Of course, this has been a big round for GeekFam in order to score 9 points in total, and still having Infinity to be booking out with the amount of points that is enough to slowly push their way into the Super Sunday run.
Now this is going to be one of the very few RRQ least performing round, I assume, because this kind of a rare scene to actually have RRQ having very little amount of eliminations. Usually they're trying to go as aggressive like how TALON play, but for NKT, I think it's pretty okay for them. They're definitely going to get themselves slowly reaching up towards the Super Sunday here. But based on TALON, like I mentioned before, it's going to be a vacation game day for them, even though they're not really having an off day here today, Contra. But at least they're going to have a fun time here because they're certainly up there to go to the Super Sunday. We mentioned about the 100 mark is going to be a safe benchmark for all the teams up there to go to Super Sunday tomorrow. It's still going to be a close competition between the top 8 teams here, 2nd to 8th place.
That's right, and right now, just on the borderline, GeekFam got themselves tied with VOIN ID with 66 points between the two of the teams, and Sam9 just inching closer and closer, just 1 point shy to also join in the ranks for that contest, heading into the top 8. Team Secret, they're still well on their way, but they need to score big time if they want to be part of the teams that makes it through. So we go back into the drawing board of what the stats were, and the damage were huge coming in from these 4 teams. Of course, TALON, needless to say, you might say that they're on vacation. They're still here for a business trip and still, taking a tour while they're on that business trip. So that's 2,300 over damage, and matching closely was XERXIA.
While Team Flash Batman do have 1,000 over damage, is still going to be a high and damage on top of all the 4 players up there, with XERXIA Megamind actually squeezing on the 2nd place. He was actually the last remaining member of XERXIA that lasted long enough. We do have Talon, Misery and Yoru to be just following up behind. When it comes to the gap in between the players, it's not so much. Now we're going to head over to the next Wrangle. I do know some of you guys, your inquiries regarding why the format is so complicated this season. Now we're going to just highlight, I'm just gonna re-explain regarding the format once more. What is the last chance stage? Now teams have five days per week to actually compete for the entirety of the week. For Wednesday until Friday, we have the group stage, where the group stage teams will have to fight 2 days, which is going to be rotating between 3 groups, A, B, and C. So first day we have AC, second day we have B versus C, and last day today we have yesterday we had group A versus B. Now whoever got themselves in the top 8 during the group stage, they will go straight advance towards the Super Sunday. Whoever didn't make it through the bottom 16, they have to grind once again by carrying forward their group stage points into today's last chance stage. Whoever got themselves in the top 8 in the last chance stage will join in the rest of the teams, the 8 teams prior that already advanced to Super Sunday. They will join in to just get up into 16 teams. So 16 teams will compete in the Super Sunday. How to qualify for Grand Finals? The teams that made it through to Super Sunday, the points during the Super Sunday will be contributed towards the Grand Final points, with also the advantage of having a head start point, which can be different based on their placement points, or their placement, not the points, the placement of the teams. So when it comes to the Super Sunday, everyone's starting at 0 for every single week. Then we just add week 1, week 2, week 3 Super Sunday scores, and whoever got themselves based on the placement points will advance based on the placement position, will advance towards the Grand Finals. Only the top 16 of the overall ranking of Super Sunday's points will matter to add up into the Grand Finals later. Do I actually make that clear, by the way?
I believe it's clear enough. Just to sum it up shortly, it really means that weekday runs, that is super important for teams to look for that top 8 finish, or else they find themselves here into a very, very difficult fight in order to get themselves that chance into those Super Sundays, because only those Super Sunday points do matter and carry forward for a chance at the Grand Finals. And also all of that, yeah, mine is just equally as long, right? But this format, it just means that these teams don't really get that free pass if they were to score like, oh, 3 chicken dinners, hey, you think you're good already to actually go to the Grand Finals. But it doesn't really matter, because when you go into the Super Sunday runs, everything goes on that reset, and with any team gaining momentum, that could easily shift, so nobody really gets all too much of a rest. So it's all about hammering many points as we go.
Okay, I try to make it short in less than 20 seconds. Group stage points is to qualify for Super Sunday. Then everybody reset to 0. Super Sunday to qualify to Grand Finals. That's it. Okay? So Grand Finals, whoever actually got themselves good placement goes straight for group, and also the last chance of the World Championship later on in Dubai.
That's
okay?
right.
That's it.
That's the best one so far.
That's the shortest version. Okay? That's it, guys.
Sure.
That's it. I think that's the most simplest way for you guys to understand. Right now, we're during the last chance. Last chance is basically second chance for the team that didn't make the advancement to a straight Super Sunday during the group stage. That's it. It's second chance for the team to have a go again if they can make it through the Super Sunday.
That's right. And right now, of course, Talon looking in a solid form for our Sunday evening haul. Meanwhile, all the teams that already qualified for the Super Sunday, I'm pretty sure that they're also watching the maneuver of what goes on this last chance to qualify. And Batman has been very impressive to me. Team Flash really looking to pull a haul of points coming into all this run inside of Argo. And truth is to what you say, Argo so far has been Indonesian dominant, but we're also looking at a lot of Thai teams as well as the Malaysian squads to also step up in this final hurdle. So let's have a go at it again. We're moving into Arangao.
There's also the debate of how to pronounce Erangel. Erangel, Angel, Erangel. So I believe that you guys decide that for the debate, okay? We don't have time for that still. But speaking
there was
of
also the argument of Sandhawk or Sandhawk. Because like, yeah. I usually go with Sandhawk because people
just
from...
Google it and tell them to pronounce it for you. That's the easiest way to do it. Okay, stop giving us those
potato.
Going nowhere debate is going nowhere. It's not going to change the gameplay. But still, when it comes to this map, I agree. It seems the rise of the Malaysian teams. And we do have a bit of swap coming up from Team Secret just now. JK is not playing. It's going to be subbed by SOAS. I personally feel like SOAS should play, yes. But personally, I feel like JK is such a high asset value player that Team Secret cannot afford to not let him play because he's been doing so much work. Maybe he's a bit exhausted. That's why they're having the subs going in and out right now.
Yeah, perhaps so, and they're also having some runs that have certain successes. It's just that in terms of execution, it does look a little bit shaky with such a roster displayed so far. Now, we do get ourselves a wide area play onto the mainland. With this flight path cutting into the western region, we see a lot of teams actually fighting for real estate. PIGMY starting off here against VOIN ID. Oh man, they don't really have all the weaponry to actually fight this out, but we'll see what will we make out of this one. There's at least a shotgun in the hands of Bimsy, but what's going on here?
He knifed him just now. This is the wrong game to do that. PIGMY Play just knifed Rocky. How did he actually did that? Did not Rocky fought back? That's the bigger question. I wish we have a bit of a replay. What really happened? How the knife scene actually ended up? But on the side of PIGMY, that knife actually contributing so much for their end.
Yeah, that's definitely a rare sight to behold. And it's an awkward situation here. Of course, advantage towards the side of VOIN ID because they have some SMGs to play with. Other than that, I mean, PIGMY is just making do with all these S1s. Oh, it seems like they do have some micro Uzis that they can utilize. Moboho with the SLR in close range. Let's see what can he actually do with this one. A lot of smokes as well as stun grenades to be lobbed eventually with the push set in. But PIGMY, they're being very, very cautious. They're taking control of the lore, and they spot out Razak. So that's already they're feeling a lot more confident, despite them not really having the best artillery.
Knowing the fact they can knife one of VOIN players, it just shows how empty the pockets of VOIN players as well at the same time. So that's why they got themselves quite confident here. But the thing is, VOIN do pick themselves a couple of rifles as well as those shotguns. So now they have to be extra careful. It's down to the stag game, but Dimsy, he saw through the silhouette and just finished off VOIN. This is going to be trouble spelling out for VOIN Donkey. They are very close to 8th place here, Contra.
Yeah, and just with a bad start of the round, all the efforts from the past two have been reset in that sense. Oh, this is great news for Geek Fam. At least they will have a little bit more of that breathing space. But 7-9 though, they can be so happy about this. PIGMY, not only did they manage to secure a top 2 finish on that past round and secure that chicken dinner, they are here to ensure that nobody bypasses them as they are just adding 4 more to their 70 points.
Yep, they just pushed down Crit VIP to 8th place. Now that's going to be a signal for Crit VIP to be slightly more aggressive. Knowing the fact that when it comes to placement, I have to say from 2nd place, even down to 11th, it's still going to be anybody's game here. And 2 teams won't make it up to the top 8. We only have very limited amount of slots remaining for Super Sunday. Talon, well, Talon is just doing Talon stuff. I think they're pretty okay, regardless of the outcome of the day. Like the worst case scenario, to be pushed down to probably 7 and 8 place, still confirmed down there. But on the side of Team Flash and IQOO, they still have a tie. And KT, Infinity tied. XERXIA and PIGMY, high chance it also will be a tie very soon. And Sam9 as well. But when it comes to Wrangle, the Indonesians definitely dominate over this map compared to the Malaysian and even the Thai teams.
Yeah, speaking of which, I mean, of course, the results are definitely staggering when it comes down to how efficient the Indonesian squads are playing so far. Same goes to the Thai, but the Malaysian side right now are just struggling to even get that passage into the Super Sunday run. Like, VIPs hanging on the thread, and they run the risk of being knocked by VOIN ID, Geek Fam, as well as Step9. So we might actually only see one Malaysian team over on this Sunday across the run. Or perhaps if they can just pull through and find ways to upkeep the amount of points that they could find in each respective round. XERXIA isn't exactly on the safest place either. So they just have to ensure that on an average you add about 4 to 5 points in order to still maintain a healthy lead. So far, Team Flash looking really good. Batman, it's just like in the comics, he's always been very elusive in some of all these battles, but when he strikes real hard.
Not as hard as Gose and Kwang. I personally feel like Gose and Kwang more aggressive. Personally, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Contra. but if only Batman really can actually live up to his name, that would be great as well, because there's so much work by Team Flash, Gose and Kwang so far. But Roy, you can see a bit of aggressive being initiated on the side of this team. Well, Geek Fan will not sit quietly on their hands, but the thing is, Roy, whenever they try to flush a team out and engage in a fight, they never actually win over like without any trade. They will be a couple of players straight down. That's leaving only Tusk again, always the last remaining survivor for Team Roy.
Yeah, it isn't really the cleanest of fights that we're taking here. Members being knocked left, right, and center. Now they need to go in for the reset. Geek Fam also receiving a lot of damage at the same time. SOAS now steps in, takes down Spider-Can, one member off the side of NKT. Well, this is still going to be a little bit awkward. Team Secret now driving by. And they could basically take this golden opportunity to wipe off some members of Roy. They're just relying on smokes. And now, all set in. Mr. Joe goes down yet again. This break has been keeping him on the mark. Plus, got nowhere to hide. And that is Team Secret taking one down.
5 teams in the same vicinity here. We're talking about Geek Fam versus Roy. Roy charging in first and Team Secret butting into the business. There's also NKT. I'm waiting for the 5th team coming over due to how loud these guys have been making the audio cues towards all the other teams to just go towards this side of the direction. Team Secret spot out sniped. They're not hesitating even a second for Team Secret for the sprays. And a crispy angle too. Namkut next with a shotgun in his hands. Snaps down to only 10% of HP left, with Audrey still healthy and alive. But the rest of Geek Fam, this is going to be trouble for them, because SOAS, oh well, he got finished off. Team Secret is going down the drain. But NKT, will they take advantage of this?
NKT, they've just been waiting for the dust to settle, and now they strike onto Audrey. You gotta comment about how well Geek Fam has been able to defend his compound true and true. And circle will shift all the way towards the south side. And the players that are inside of Pachiki, they're just having all smiles for now. Team Flash, usually the main vacant spot that they've been able to take around the church. They'll be able to actually secure a little bit more of that advantage. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, coast is not clear. They're still dealing with Team Secret. But things are looking a little bit better now. Only losing Mika in the process. So, Geek Fam, they just gotta keep their eyes on this hill where Team Secret is currently at with VIP. You did mention that they need to go on the aggression, and one way to do that is to strike Geek Fam when they are weakened up.
But will they actually do it, since we do have a reset on Geek Fam lineup, and they're actually just 2 points away from VIP right now based on their elimination scores. Now, if Creep VIP just sit on their hands and wait things to happen, nothing will happen, and GigFam will actually try to take the aggression side instead. But on the side of Team Secret, they're down to 2 players, but I feel like they want to go for more. They're not willing to just leave it be. But we do have another team passing by. I'm not sure which color is purple again, but high chance it's going to be probably RRQ. Now, if RRQ happen to be interested around this vicinity, we do know RRQ never back down from any fights.
And things definitely will be a lot rowdier as compared to the fight that break loose earlier on. VIP already sending Bill to go in for a face check, and there we have it. RRQ does get a little bit of action against their homeland team of XERXIA. Quickly goes for a swing as Asa does a lot of damage, but it is going to be a big nade sent his way. Lobby goes in for a knock, and RNJ goes in for quick recovery action as well. Up close and personal with those point blank BDSs, and this is where RRQ still have no mercy to save the day, and they just make it look so easy.
Definitely not, with the only member remaining with no mercy. Lucky enough, he actually made it on time. If not, Asar and also Nepego probably got finished off by the hands of XERXIA just now. But for XERXIA, this opening up so much opportunities, down to probably Sem9 to catch up, since they will not progress when it comes to the scoreboard anymore. They're down to at 78 points by end of this map. While the hands of Creep VIP, they haven't made any actions yet. PIGMY already overtaken. Probably in the next couple of rounds or stages, in the next couple of minutes even, we can anticipate PIGMY will just take that 6th slot or even the 5th place, yeah.
Very, very possible. But it's still stage 2, and we have yet to see, you know, how the final circumstances are going to be like. If it does go into an urban setting like Pochinki, then I think it could be anybody's game. Well, I say anybody's game, but it's mainly for those that have already secured themselves a really good area of play. And it's going to be U2O2 that will be driving into the section of Pochinki to be joined by a few more teams like the Infinity, while PEA is going to take things a little bit slowly, just traversing through the blue zones. Still coming there from the North Point. They got a long road ahead of them. Well, we will be taking a look at how PIGMY is going to fare against U2O2.
PA, honestly, everybody can read out their rotations by now. It's the same sort of rotation they've been making for the past 2 weeks here, and didn't resort to a better performance. Like, they did it well for week number 1, but you cannot do the same thing here. Everybody can read you out, but the nade's coming in for low U clip down to only 40% HP left. It's going to be the warehouses or the 2 different buildings in the same compound. Sem9 versus Creep VIP. Creep VIP, don't you love to share some compounds with the other enemy teams?
They always do. And Sem9, they got their whole bunch stacked up, and they're definitely fancying their chances against 2 members on the side of Creep VIP, but they're also sending Bill from the other side. She's got some clean angles, but with them all stuck behind these 4 walls, it's not going to be easy as well for Bill. They do have plenty of grenades. Maybe a lucky one will be able to take Putra out of that hut, but it's not going to be too much of a commotion just yet until one of them decides it's time for a push. Oh, Putra.
Speaking of pushing, there goes the nade coming in. Close enough to Putra. I am Pro and Putra holding their ground. UI coming in as the only one sharing the same building. Yeah, but finding a clip on one. It's going to be... Wait, UI getting on Putra. So Flash is fighting as well. I thought Flash is fighting from the backside, but UI easily, without breaking any sweat, to finish off Creep VIP members here, remaining with only 2 of them. I am Pro down around the stairs, but Sem9, they have the go time. They saw one finished off. I am Pro to manage to clutch it out against Loyu. Even secures those elimination.
Yeah, he traded his own life for that pickup, but it's still not going to be all too clear because Kenny is going to be resetted, and now Creep VIP is going to be on that deficit. It's only 1 member left, and Bill, he cannot afford to take this fight.
Thanks to Team Flash from the outside. 79 actually do have a win over to the side of Crew VIP when actually the nade, all the sprays come out from Iron Pro kind of disabled them in that condition, but the circle happened to be shrinking at the same time. Pochinki it is, probably North Pochinki once more. This is probably going to fall the 5th North Pochinki we had throughout the entirety of the league, but for Crew VIP, Bill, it's going to be a tough going out from that side, but as long as he got himself some vehicles, it's going to be okay. PEA on there then finally get out from the blue and getting into the safe zone.
Yeah, and the one that enjoys this the most is going to be the Infinity because they are in the direct center of the zone. So teams will have to bypass certain corners of the region and they cannot afford to just rest themselves somewhere in the middle of the kill because that could easily be spotted out by some of the members of Infinity. Speaking of which, it wasn't going to be a long run for VIP either. They only gotten 1 point here and they are at risk. Geek Fam, they are already at 70 points. And this time around, we go into the city, Team Secret, hoping for this chance to take out U2O2. PIGMY got their eyes locked towards Team Secret for the longest of time. And they're just hoping that eventually when they have to exit the city, that is all going to be claimed up by Infinity Esports.
Gosu going for the high grounds for Geek Fam and 79. This is the opportunity for them they don't want to miss. They need to get the numbers up, but it's okay for them to just sit it quietly. I do know why Geek Fam is not opening fire to the side of Team Secret. They just wait for the top 8 possibly to start taking actions. They also wait for the circle to shift as well. Well, PIGMY do get himself one of the best prime spot there is around the abandoned church. They do have those elevations, but can they defend? Because so many teams are eyeing out towards this vicinity as well, towards this area. So they might want to defend as much as they can because Todas start to flush in slowly one by one. Look at the nade toss over by the side of Cleon. If they got a knockdown, it's going to go straight for the rush coming up from Todak's side.
Yeah, still not going to be all too easy to push over towards the side of PIGMY. They still have 2 more members hiding at the back end of the church sector. Whereas there will be backup arriving, so if there's going to supplement this form of engagement alongside with Cleon, still no vision being set towards the side of PIGMY. And I'm not exactly liking how many teams are hoping that the circle goes into Pochinki. Some of them will have to make a move eventually to the outskirts because very likely than not, the circle may not end up inside of the city. After all, there is a care package that can be utilized here from the side of PIGMY. Drops very close by. A lot of resources just to try to get this member. I don't really think it's worth it for Kodak.
Yep, I agree. With only 1 smoke remaining of Cleon's side, but I think the rest of the teammate of Todak still have plenty on the side. But speaking of Pochinki, why a lot of teams still holding their grounds in Pochinki? Maybe because it's sort of like a maze in Pochinki. There's so many buildings, there's so many compounds in between. You have a wrong turn, you're down, you're gone. That's it. So they have to be extra careful regarding the position to exit out from Pochinki and go for the northern side of Pochinki outskirts. Todak Leon finally get himself a bit of a glimpse on the inside of the church, but the rest of PIGMY already left the vicinity. They are playing from the outside, so Todak couldn't spot any of PIGMY players. Still kind of doubt whether they should go in or not, but here comes the hammer of judgment to know who's being favored. It's gonna be Infinity that got the compound first.
Oh boy, this is bad news for Team Flash as well because they are the furthest away on the edge of Pochinki. But one thing that they could do is to pick up some of these vehicles, rotate around that south onto the east, and then get some angles in, do some scouting in order to move into the next direction. But everybody else inside Pochinki, it's battle time.
Todak Leon climb up all the way to the roof, but is spotted out by Archer. PIGMY Archer trying to just give a bit of a pressure, but Cleon, despite he got himself quite a luxurious amount of loot on his side, couldn't actually utilize it as Billboard coming up from off angle knocks him down. Circle shifted away from the church. They're still fighting for it. There's going to be a lot of a waste of utilities and time. Todak, on the other hand, finally PIGMY had enough of this. They want it done, leaving only Tom and Lynx left, but they do have slight disadvantage here. This elevation will actually work well for PIGMY, but what happened seems to be naded himself. Lynx, on the other hand, dealing with 2 players at the same time, trying to swing it over by himself, but Jabranki got shot from behind. Tom coming up from off angle, just taking a bit of a flank side, swing it over to the side of Todak, but Tom he will not probably save links, abandon the ship because he himself in trouble.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, so that they were not exactly in the best position. The moment that PIGMY gets that lurk through with those two members coming in, they were just outnumbered, outgunned completely. PIGMY still finds a little bit more as Team Flash passes through, but damage is being done. Kwang goes ahead to weaken them even further. That grenade kind of locked very closely to his own teammates as Achul is going to see if he can actually catch all of them. Another one bites the dust, and that one will clip onto Batman, and PIGMY eventually finds themselves at 10 kills in hand. Just like that.
Oh!
And it's going to be Achul down! Oh, Kwang, with his heroics, will still pull through, but there's still two more members inside of PIGMY. How is he going to get out of this one alive?
Kwang just taking the blues and risking it for the sake of Team Flash. Is it going to be worth it? There are shots coming out from afar. PIGMY, despite being charged by two teams back to back. You have to give credit for their defense, by the way. That was remarkable plays, and they got themselves 10 points just by defending the Bennett Church on top of that small hill. But UDO2 spotted out the skirmishes between the crossfire of PIGMY and Team Flash just now, but lucky enough, Dimsy and Jabreki made it out alive. Despite being bombarded by Team Flash early on, they managed to reset themselves. Next, we do have Team Secret. They have to cut across Gig Fam, like it or not. They have to pick their poison. There's two teams there. They have to pick one.
Yeah, going back into what you just mentioned, that defense was immaculate. PIGMY walking with 11 points now. They are really creating this gap, this impenetrable barrier of a point warfare, which is going to make things harder for the side of XERXIA when they do come back for the next round. Well, the Beko finally getting caught out. We have Geek Fam zoning off two teams. That's going to be UDO2 as well as Team Secret struggling to get out of the city. And like I said so much early on, this game looks very much like a video game, as they are still unchallenged directly in the center.
How did they see through the smokes just now? I think those elevations around the compound where they stand for Infinity did have a clear view towards the side of our IQOO across the other side of the map. But Gig Fam, they are pressuring Team Secret. Slowly, they're chipped off limb by limb. And not just that, Team Secret, they have to work two angles. There are two teams fighting against them at the same time, not just Gig Fam. There's also, make it free, there's also PIGMY possibly if they're interested to fight them as well. And UDO2. Now, can Break pick up Trunk? I don't think so. But can actually Break survive? We're gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's just so difficult here. They're just relying on smokes here to survive. While Aizen's got the God angle and a big nade dropping into his side of Kit. He's just gonna run past it. Not gonna be all too easy. Abi also keeping the close watch, and he does get those angles, but he does win the trade against Aizen. Now, rooms opened up for the side of Team Secret, but it will be guarded by Audrey as well. Break trying to survive. That's gonna be a clean tap, as Geek Fam Audrey will wipe off the rest of Team Secret.
Yeah, B trying to find the rest of the Geek Fam players who've been knocked down early on, couldn't spot them out. Kit definitely knows somebody's burning down and being barbecued. Snipes barely alive. Audrey will have to leave. He needs to make sure that Geek Fam do have better placement points, but this is too open. There's nothing to cover himself. If he actually go the other side of a hill here, trying to hide himself, still visualize clearly towards the other side of a team. PA, like I mentioned, if they want to play it safe, it will not work anymore. It's all about defragging games here when it comes to the last chance. Talon on the other hand, thankful enough that Infinity keep over-tossing their hand grenades, not connecting any of it just yet.
But just look at the discipline as well coming from the side of the Infinity. They know that they're very close by, so therefore they will try to pressure them by some time. And Misery somehow spots that engagement, that advancement coming in, kind of backfired the side of the Infinity. Now, with those double barrel shots, it's just going to be Misery here, getting themselves back up to 100%. And like you said, too many of these grenades being used, but nothing to be found by the side of Infinity.
Well, unfortunate for the teams then, because they will use those hand grenades and troubles later. It's going to be in dire need later, and they will realize they emptied out their pockets way too early. Logan spotted out Misery. There's going to be Yoro finish off Logan in an instant. And Yoru fought back, trying to redeem himself and the team for the points here. Infinity, despite they got themselves the safe zone, they got themselves the circle, they got themselves the compound, they couldn't hold it too long. Down to only 2 players left versus the 2 of TALON, but TALON, they got more than enough. I think when it comes to Infinity, they want to take the triple-digit point as well, closing off in the 90s right now. While we do have also RRQ splitting so far apart. No Mercy is just feeding off information to what the rest of the roster who's down south right now.
Yeah, RQ, they could take this one slowly and just wait till they really get those clear angles while these giant teams actually commit against one another. TALON, with the widespread here, are just pretty much stuck hiding underneath whatever cover that they do get for now. While Asa being pressured off, but he will go in for a switch up, not quick enough to deal with Audrey. He's got the cleaner angle, and now Abi sees Yoru, but Yoru ducks just in the nick of time. You do O2. Go ahead.
It seems like they're trying to pressure if there's anybody around the other side, but he will not clip on anybody. I don't think they have the exact position of Audrey right now, and them to actually keep tossing the nade, they will not connect, which can be super crucial to be used later on because of still so many teams inside. We're talking about 6 teams here, Contra, but all the teams left with the most players with only 2 of them. Now that's going to be maybe a Mexican fight till the end.
Yeah, not too many players left in this lobby, to be honest. With a total of 9 here to play things out, so you can see a little bit more of a stall coming out from all the squads out there. Audrey, how is he supposed to go in for the entry? He's so far off, and you got No Mercy on the watch. He's on the vehicles, and this is going to give him a chance to go in for the spray. Only about 2 bullets do connect. Not enough to take out Audrey just yet. U2O2, I'm surprised that they managed to make it out of Pachinki, surviving the Telltale. PIGMY as well, with only 1 member left, and we saw what the ordeal was with that crazy defense of the church. Now, TALON still prying on the noses of Infinity. It's only going to be Turney K that's guarding the doorways. So, honestly, they just really have to play this out perfectly. Could still be anyone's game, especially this being pretty much a solo squad and duo lobby.
That's kind of true. With Audrey, Infinity in between, Audrey in the center. U2O2 do have those elevations, but the thing is, they're quite close towards the blue zone, which is very near towards the side. We're down to who got themselves the most first aid kits here, possibly, because there's no more circle after this. We're entering into the last stage with no more circle for the safe zone for all the players still alive. And the numbers didn't budget. We still have 9 players with 6 teams intact. Axel got himself into the center first with possibly Yoru, who scored himself already 4 here. But PIGMY scored 11. Can they score more? He lasted long enough for Jabrankin, dropping on big one. Last of Audrey, and that's it. U2O2, now they have to advance.
That was perfectly primed right there. And U2O2 now sees themselves into the top 5 finish. But of course, valiant effort coming from the side of Geek Fam. Look at that, 8 points secured. So they definitely will be at least getting themselves a little bit more relieved. Now, these top 5 players are just taking things one step at a time. No Mercy proning, trying to see if there's still going to be any drastic measures be brought forward by the side of Infinity or even TALON, but everybody understands that any slight mistakes will be unforgiving.
RQ, 2 angles. They have to work things out between Infinity and U2O2. Both spraying towards his side, even dropping a nade at that for Sonny. So it's going to be 1 rocket. Here comes the blue. There's no way out for No Mercy. He's just going to go down without giving point to any team. That's going to be devastated for U2O2 and Infinity as well. Well, Kid being spotted out by TALON perhaps, or maybe Jabranki want to make something out of this.
Jabranki, he's looking onto the shacks instead, but he does not exactly know that there is an approaching team coming in right through, and that's going to be U2O2. So if he does get the right angles, if Abi and Kit goes down the ledge ever so slightly, that could be a good angle for him to work things out. Kit somehow still carrying this buggy forward. This could actually be an advantage for them to get a little bit more cover heading into the final few minutes of the game. Gotta keep himself healthy and alive, and here comes the grenade. Locked very closely onto Kit, unable to actually connect it. The Infinity heard a little bit more of those detonation, and wants to take a quick glimpse, and that second grenade does land onto Kit. One member left on the side of U2O2.
PIGMY, they have been running all this while against all the teams and being ambushed and have been defending for such a long time. Can Jabranki score, Chica? We've seen that by Tony K previously, clutched up by himself. And it's not impossible when it comes to the Mexican fight with so little teams remaining, so little players remains as well. TALON, Jabranki down next. U2O2 down to only Abi. He's gonna ditch his down teammate. It's gonna be TALON have the upper hand when it comes to the numbers 2v1. But can Abi do this?
Yoru as well as Axel, they already got that intel. As they prime into the smoke, there's nowhere to run at all. TALON gets yet another chicken dinner here in the last chance run. And they're definitely going in for our Super Sunday.
2 chickens in a day for TALON. I mean, they're definitely having fun. They're definitely going to go to the Super Sunday. And all they have to do is just keep on having fun because there's no more pressure for this team. So when you don't have pressure, the player's going to be at their best. There's no more overthinking. There's no more, we worry we might not actually get into the Super Sunday. But the teams, when it comes to getting themselves at the top 8, who will actually squeeze in at the very last minute? Because we saw early on Contra, so many teams being eliminated, especially the ones that actually place themselves around 9th or 7th place.
That's right, and all these teams that are around that sector there definitely have so much more to worry about. As for TALON, not too much. Everybody is just having themselves a field day out, just having major contribution coming in from Axel, as well as this time around, it's Yoru here with a 6K that has been secured. And this guy has been so clean on the shots. One of the highest percentage of hit shots to go through, as 26% of his bullets actually is set fit eye on the head.
Yoru multiple times for MVP, definitely show what he made of, and I don't know if more actually the drafting letting him go, but TALON, PIGMY, RQ, and U2O2 domination of the Indonesian teams once more when it comes to the last chance stage before heading into tomorrow's Super Sunday. But when it comes to the fracks you mentioned earlier on, so many teams has been wasted their utilities, and the numbers pretty much kind of obvious.
Yeah, and honestly, I thought that things would be better for inside of Infinity, but you know what? If you guys missed some moments, check out these highlights.
That was a great highlight, by the way. Thank you so much for replaying production crew, because we ended up looking at all the highlights without any reserve clips. There's going to be 0 bullets left for most of the teams out there till the very ending of it. That's why everybody has been very quiet and very conservative when it comes to the last few circles, especially the no circle stage. But TALON scored another 20, no surprise anymore. PIGMY, on the other hand, the defense pretty strong in this one.
Yeah, despite them faltering out somewhere in the middle of the run, they have secured those giant amount of elimination points in order to book out at second place. U2O2 didn't really have those numbers to even hold out, even despite them securing a second place finish. But that's good news for the side of U2O to at least get adding a little bit more on the block. Semline with 3, and KT with 2, and the rest of the pack, either they score 1 or they score none at all. So a little bit worrying for XERXIA as well as the side of VOIN ID, because they didn't really get the best out of this run. And therefore, same goes to the side of Crit VIP, because they are being pushed to the brink of a possible exit out of the top 8. And speaking of which, GeekFam has been able to overtake and also send the rest of Crit VIP down to 9.
Now, 76 is the magical number to advance towards the Super Sunday for now. So we're going to see when it comes to the next few rounds. Just assume it's going to be average of like, 15 points addition towards the last placement there. Or maybe like 10 more points. So 85, 86, 90 is probably going to be the case for the number 8. But 76 is the magical one. So number 1, number 2, we don't really look at it. Just look at number 6 and 7 and also 8. 9, 73 and 3 points shy between Crit VIP. That's super close between 9 and 8 plays, but 10 plays is not too far either.
Yeah, there's still possibilities for an overtake to happen in the upcoming matches, but there's only 3 rounds left, so pressure is definitely on for these squads. Semline is on the up and up, although, you know, it hasn't been a spectacular run either ways, but they've been adding like an average of 3 points per round, so it's a steady climb for them, but they definitely need a lot more than that. Team Secret doing okay, but we're not looking at okay. We need more out of this bunch in order to make it to that Super Sunday, because by the end of the 3rd week, that's where, you know, they don't want to end up regretting some of all these hopeful points that they could have scored in the previous days of play. So with that said, we don't expect any kind of shift at all coming in from the side of Roy or even PEA for now. So if there's going to be any chance, we're already looking at the 6th position all the way to 11th.
Now, with only 3 maps remaining, I assume the teams in the 70s will start to aim for 10 average point per map. That's going to secure around 100 points, which will advance to a Super Sunday. That's my benchmark. I don't know about you guys, but that's from my opinion. The benchmark to get into the Super Sunday this week when it comes to the last chance stage, it's going to be the 100 point. So the teams are actually quite far in the 60s. Unless they can score around like 14 eliminations, which is doable at this point, it's still might be maybe.
Yeah, I really do hope that there is going to be a surprise heading into our upcoming rounds, especially when it comes down to Miramar. It's just going to be a very difficult area of play for some teams, especially with certain ruptures of lights happening from across stage 2 or 3, and that could basically surprise some of all these squads that have been high performing at the very least. So for now, it's been the talent show so far. They've gotten 2 chicken dinners, and they might even score even more. So somebody has to find ways to stop them. RRQ, they start off with a bang, and then after that, they got quiet down in these rounds of Arango, somehow not really feeling as feisty as they would have actually hoped to have of a run heading into that 3rd map, but we got more to go later on.
Yeah, speaking of more to go, don't go anywhere because we're going to head the breaks for a bit, so see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight, and the glider will maintain its altitude, while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour, and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Everyone, after the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
welcome back everyone. And for a half break, we with Audrey from Geek Fam. Say hi to your fans.
Hello.
Why everyone
Hello.
say just hello? I don't understand. Your team have a loose start in the league stage. Have your team identified the reason behind the underwhelming performance?
Okay, buat Geek Fam bisa dibilang di liga ini startingnya nggak bagus lah, prestasinya juga nggak bagus kan. Buat momen di saat sampai di detik ini, adakah Audrey sendiri ataupun tim udah tahu lah apa permasalahannya?
Buat masalahnya kita udah tahu gimana cara fixnya. Sekarang kita coba untuk bermain konsisten dan dapat chicken lah, soalnya belum pernah chicken juga kan.
Okay, we already identified the problem and we already fixed it, and right now our main focus is we just want to play consistent, and of course we want to get the winner chicken dinner. It's because of we never get any winner chicken dinner before, so yeah.
Okay, hope you guys get winner chicken dinner soon. Alright, currently you guys are at the top 8 already. Any adjustment for the strategy so that you can make it into the Super Sunday?
Okay, sekarang Geek Fam di posisi 8 besar. Ada nggak strategi yang kamu bakal rubah supaya kamu bisa kekal di top 8 dan lolos ke Super Sunday?
Strategi pastinya nggak ada sih, cuman kita bakal coba konsisten buat 3 map terakhir dan bakal lolos Super Sunday sih.
Yeah, we're not gonna change any other tactical. We're just gonna play consistent as much as we can, and yeah, qualify to Super Sunday, which is I believe that we can qualify to Super Sunday.
Okay, hope you guys go to Super Sunday and see you tomorrow. Thank you Audrey for the interview. And now it's time for highlight. Let's see it.
Just now, what a first half of the day with TALON getting the domination of the last chance stage contra.
That's right, and they're definitely going to be eyeing on to remaining consistent for side of Geek Fam. Like Audrey said early on, nothing much is going to change. They're already on the right track. Meanwhile, TALON, they're just going to be the ones that are going to be taking a lot of points from the other teams that are hoping for the chance for the Super Sunday, and it has been spectacular so far for the squad hailing in from Indonesia. And so same goes to this a random knife fight that definitely rallied on PIGMY, and they have definitely played their hearts out by winning a lot of trades inside of Pachinki in that previous round, and then they see themselves once again scoring really high marks despite not getting close to that chicken dinner. And we get a glimpse of Geek Fam to pull off such a great defense overall in that early game, and they managed to also march forward so much more heading into the final 6.
I agree, but for Geek Fam right now, things are not that too safe for them just yet. But I love the comparison between Audrey and Apeko. When it comes to damage-wise, Geek Fam actually do dish out more and team contribution as well. But I think Apeko just played smart, because when it comes to the numbers, it don't really lie, because elimination-wise is pretty much the same here.
Yeah, I think that's what matters the most for the side of RRQ. They have been out there hunting out for as much elimination points possible, and by far the damage speaks volumes. So far, Geek Fam is also getting pretty much high on that damage chart as well to be able to match up to the tempo of RRQ Ryu. And not too far behind, it's definitely going to be PIGMY as well as TALON, where we see more efficiency being displayed coming from TALON as well as PIGMY.
Now this is arguably one of the lowest damage for the top 4 team when it comes to the gunslinger based on the last map, I assume. Usually we have 2.1 is going to be the low end, but this time it's getting even lower, 1,900. That's quite a big question mark. Maybe high chance because of the circle, northern side of Pachinki, but we had so much of that circle before. Today has been the domination of Indonesian team when it comes to the last chance stage, with TALON scoring themselves double chicken in a day. PIGMY is actually on the rise here when it comes to trying to get themselves in the top 3. But still, Iranga will still be dominated over the Indonesian teams, where we'll finally have a different flag waving.
Well, we'll have to see where that's going to be the case. But PIGMY, they are definitely having that momentum that they might be challenging TALON to match the equal amount of chicken dinners they've won by their Indonesian brothers as well. So we'll see our final round of Erangel, and after that, things are going to get a lot more uncomfortable with the vast map of Miramar to be played out later on. So if there's going to be any hopes out there for all the teams that are vying for that spot, this Erangel match is going to be super important.
Now, speaking of the last Erangel map of last chance stage here, this is going to be the last push for the team to get those elimination numbers up, because yes, it's great that you score himself the double chicken or just a chicken or just generally chicken. There's so many chickens on the line. But speaking of which, it's still regarding the points. Chicken dinner do cap towards just at 10 points there. The one that actually will break through the points for the teams down at below the 8th placement. We're talking about the bottom 16 there. The only way for them to actually make a comeback is forcing themselves to be a bit more aggressive in this round. We're talking about PEA, we're talking about U2O2, even Todak in this case, where they're hardly being seen around there somewhere. Seeing this with the side of Create VIP, the points is like super close for Create VIP, but they need to just rise up the occasion, also list out for the points of eliminations here.
Indeed, and they were being pushed down to the brink of the borderline, so this is going to be a little bit tough for the side of VIP, as we have not really seen them garnering much of momentum for the past couple of rounds already. Sure, there was a couple of pickoffs that they have had in the early game, but other than that, they have always been overwhelmed, being locked into with another team close by in their proximity, and either they should avoid that or not is going to be seen later on. So that still have their hopes high here, as they are seeing whether or not if they could just pull a Hail Mary heading into a final 3 rounds. NKT absolutely laser sharp focus, and let's see if they can sneak that way through.
We're counting the gap between the 4th place down to possibly the 9th place here. It's less than 10 points in between. That's just how close the gap is right now. There'll be a couple of team big push down later if Sam9 and VOIN Donkey decided to just go all aggressive. Now, speaking of which, just gonna recap you guys regarding week 1 Super Sunday. The teams that didn't march towards the Super Sunday yet since week 1, that's gonna be NKT, Team Morph, Team Secret, U2O2, GigFam, Roy, Todak, and VIP. And surprised but not surprised, most of the team except for NKT, the rest of them still at the red zone. We're talking about 9th place, and we do have a bit of swap for the players coming up from our
Oh, that's pretty interesting to actually see, because the way that they've been playing have been very efficient when it comes down to frags, but I think like they also need to tone it down a little bit more. So hopefully with this change in the lineup heading into these upcoming games is to also prepare themselves for Miramar, so that they will actually get him a little bit more adjusted. Even TALON is also making a substitution as well, so there will be changes out there. We've already seen maximum efficiency coming out of TALON. I think it's time for them to test something out, because they don't have any risk involved heading into all of these future matches, because they have just about enough points to book their slot into the Super Sunday. As we said early on, we got about a minute or so before we jump right in. Any form of expectations from you, Choo-Choo, before we move into our last round of Erangel?
Well, we do know it's going to be a big mess, and we do have multiple subs here. Maybe because this is going to be the last Erangel map, and they need those last push in the very last minute, because we talked about how important it is, how significant, how dire it is for the teams that never enter in week 1. They cannot afford another week of no Super Sunday. That means they have no points when it comes to competing for the qualification or to qualify for grand finals still. That's just how dire they are. That's including Roy, VIP, GigFam. GigFam is actually at the borderline at 8th place, by the way. Morph, at least they do have a bit of a chance. They're already in the Super Sunday. Now, U2O2 is another team. Team Secret is another team. These 4 teams, I assume Team Secret, U2O2, Roy, and Toda, and Create VIP 5, make it 5. They're not safe. If they lose another Super Sunday, it's done, it's gone. Grand finals, they pretty much lose the shot at it, and it's just really tough to fight it just for the final week. But we're done chit-chatting, because we're just gonna go for our last Erangel of the last chance stage. Let's go.
final wrangle, like you said, and this is where so many substitutions are brought forward. And with those fresh hands in play, they might be able to offer more frags on the table. This time, like passes through shooting range all the way towards the southern part of the Moscow military base. A little bit difficult to get to the quarters of build-up, but these teams, they have already played this type of like path for multiple times already throughout the course of the PMSL seasons. So they should be able to navigate their way, but in terms of cities that they can basically get that free access to, there's only a handful coming from this passage, so we might even see those early clashes once more.
Depends on the circle still. If the circle pops on the northern side, there's going to be a good day for PEA and also UDO to finish off their wrangle runs there. But the circle, if it's just shift all the way towards the right side, not just it's going to be a long journey for most teams because of how the flight path just favors towards the left or the west side of the map right now. And also means that the circle might target to one corner, everybody moving in the same direction, which means early skirmishes, early crossfires. We're probably going to down to only 6 or 8 teams when it comes to stage number 6.
That's right, and this is going to be skewed all the way towards the eastern part of the map. It's going to be a very familiar circle, just like how it was in that past round, but it's really tough to tell where it's going to end up just yet. Plenty of time for them to loot up. We're keeping our eyes onto RRQ as they are still hopeful to actually chase onto TALON. I mean, it's just about the bragging rights right now. These two teams are looking rather safe into qualification, whereas NKT, I wonder if they could be able to secretly hold still. Roy picked out so early on. The moment upon arrival, it's going to be Razak hiding within that stage. Trying to find one, might be able to actually catch two straight onto Tusk. But at least 1 point secured. That's first blood for VOIN 90.
Oh, Roy. I just wish they show a bit of a fight in them when it comes to... Yes, it's going to be a long shot for them to get into the top 8 at this point. Barely budging into the 20s. Across 3 maps early on, they only gained 1 point for the entire day. That's pretty much 0.33333 points across their average of all the maps here they've done. But, you know, they can actually try to figure out with what they have left. Yes, it's going to be tough for them to get into the grand finals because they will... The high chance... We're going to be realistic here. Mm-hmm. I might sound harsh, but statistically speaking, it's already impossible for Roy to get into the top 8. So, I just wish they do give us a bit more fight, just for the fact that they will want to rectify the mistake, just to make it a better week 3 later on.
Yeah, to me, it's really surprising to see them all the way down below. Like, this is a brand that has established themselves as one of the top-tier organization in the esports realm of Vietnam, and this is not really all too showing of their potential so far heading into these past 2 weeks of PMSL, missing out on those Super Sundays, and this time 17 points honestly is just like what, 1 game of TALON esports. Like, I know that they can do better, but it didn't seem like they have really gotten the real idea of how exactly to outlast these early stages of the game or even try to fight for it. So it's still a huge jumble up puzzle that they could not figure out just yet. But week 3, I hope that they could just find an epiphany or something so that they could at least put up a better round. Woodrow looking to score his first point here in the final round of Erangel, and that's gonna be netback goal. Only tagged for a slight bit on that UAZ. Nothing too significant for the rest of RQ Ryu to worry about. But for VIP, absolutely have to worry about every single move that they do because they are 3 points shy to tie things up with Geek Fam onto that 8th position, and needing to put so much more points in order to find themselves that first Super Sunday.
Safe bet, they just need get, one step at a time for the side of Creep VIP. They just have to figure out how to work things out to get into the 80s first. One of the best bet for them, or one of the best strategy for the side of Creep VIP. We've seen this coming up from the Xaviers during group stage week number 1 before, where they actually played very safe because it's not too big of a gap. Now, the only thing they should worry about for Creep VIP, it's okay for them to not being that aggressive yet when it comes to this Erangel map, because we still have 2 more Miramar maps to go. All they need to do is just to stay alive. If they can stay alive, they survive till the top 5, they can secure more eliminations from that plus placement points. And that's going to be average around probably 6 to 10 points each single map. And that's going to be more than enough for them to just push themselves up in the top 8. Slowly but surely. Not just trying to bet it on or just put everything into one single map to push all high. And then the next one they might actually just lose it or drop the ball entirely and getting a 0. So I think at the point of 9th and 10th place or even 8th place team, they might want to approach this very meticulously when it comes to engaging fight.
I agree. Like, there's not going to be a point where they subscribe into those early battles, which puts themselves at risk once more. Well, all they really have to do is maybe copy a little bit of the playbook of what XERXIA is doing. They are also around that borderline, but they're doing it a lot more carefully, and therefore they find themselves into more advantageous fights rather than not. Meanwhile, for Sem9, they are being surrounded by another team. Yuhai currently stranded in between the prison. This is going to be a sticky situation for him to get out of, but that's going to be thrown out a team that they're confident to take fights against. And Kenny is also in position. If there now pops a smoke, try to cover a little bit of his tracks so that he could still finish up that looting. And Luyu can eventually join in to tag them all out. But Toda, they're also hoping to send more resources. So these Malaysian teams, they're just basically canceling each other out. It's so early. Maybe there's not even going to be any form of commitment. We shall see. But that, from the looks of it, they're going to lock horns. While GeekFam, they love to play around that central area. We have heard some engines roaring towards their way. It's going to be Corn from the side of Flash that will catch the gut of NKT. Shots fired now from the side of Mika, as he will just allow the rest of VOIN ID to back away.
Now this is going to be one of the hardest spots that is due to the circle just happened to be pop on the right side of the map. So Pachinki Potato Hills will be one of the places where a lot of teams trying to gain eliminations. One of it is going to be GeekFam, just trying to make sure the numbers will be up there. Mika spotted out the rest of VOIN migrating, so there's going to be a lot of teams realizing if they're a bit too late, there's somebody else capitalized over this compound or this vicinity. Might as well just dodge it entirely because it's not really in the center of the map. It's still at the edge of it. High chance we're looking at, oh well, never mind, still in the center, but we're high chance looking at the circle. Might be going to as probably Yasnaya or Mansion. I hope it will be there because we hardly see any circle ended up around Mansion Prison Shelter, but Yasnaya Pliana it is. That's why I said a low chance of the circle unless we have most Pachinki inside of it. That's going to be a high chance of getting the Potato Hills as a prime spot. But Yasnaya, it's going to be a north navigation for most of the teams out there.
Yeah, it's still be an easy passage for most of until it's too crowded up. So for now, fans still play very recent. As for PEA, this is one of the first few times that the circle does benefit them for a little bit. We are going to see from the top side of Stalberg and Nepo, he's getting shot already. This will be a little bit of the game coming out. RRQ will eventually eliminate Nepeko is still stranded right out in the open, and I don't think he's going to last out too long if they continue to fight. Flash moving right in, and R3U. They are taking long angles, and what a spray coming out of Snake! It will be returned in exchange. 1-for-1 trade. But Q, once again, taking the short end of the stick, leaving only Heck to try to run right at least 1 point in the case if he does get shot down, and yes, he will. He get to be eliminated by a very, very angry Team Flash.
Speaking of Team Flash, next one is going to be Team Secret. Unfortunately, for the side of RRQ, I think Hex has just joined in, or maybe I was wrong when it comes to the subs, but the substitute just now was literally didn't play more than 5 minutes for the last map, which is going to be this map. Team Flash, even though they done taking out almost the entirety of our queue with I think it's going to be 3 or 4 points if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, never mind. They actually got 5 out of nowhere, and they lost go to early on. For Team Flash, it's going to be fighting against Team Secret, who is still struggling to get themselves in the top 8, but it's still going to be possible for them if they're trying to get themselves a double digit. But for Team Secret, realizing the audio queue is running away from them, so there's no more Team Flash on the other side. But GigFam, on the other hand, are they interested, trying to just fight the teams that's nearby?
Yeah, and for now, I think the majority of the teams, they don't really want to be fighting out in the open as well, so they will try to take the real estate around the regions of Vietnam, Polyana, and that's quick thinking coming from Team Flash. They already won that fight against RQ. They don't really have to go ahead and overheat in that battle against Team Secret. Meanwhile, PIGMY coming in from the south side, just doing it very, very diligently to ensure that the coast is clear as they bypass the corners of shelter. As we take a look into the mini-map, we will see the circle being pulled into the Yasnaya look instead. It's good news for the side of XERXIA. The southern end of the Yasnaya city will still see a little bit of coverage. So quick VIP, they're going to see what they can get inside the city until they are forced to make a move.
Feels like a deja vu, like our first wrangle of the day, so we can assume bridge fight on the left side will be commencing once more, but we had it too many times by this time. And I'm not sure if TALON will actually try to play around bridge fight once more. TALON, on the other hand, already managed to gatekeep the rest of GigFam. Heavy casualty on the side, leaving with only 2 players, with VOIN bleeding out. There's going to be a long-range shot coming up from Roy. They will try to fight back, but Roy, it's just going to be a running game from all the other teams out there. It's quite in the open the moment they leave the small shack just now, and just giving off the opportunity for a team like VOIN Donkey to take the points away. Team Donkey, sorry, not Team Donkey, VOIN Donkey at 66 points, still a tall order for them to catch up with the rest of the team in the top 8.
Well, Paul's now running by, and Team Secret, they're just driving into the territories of PEA, and Kato's going to be able to secure one against Kwang. VOIN Donkey, they're just being stuck in the middle of it all, and this is where the pushes come in from Team Flash. So many teams on top of this hill trying to secure a little bit more room over onto Mount Stalber. It's going to be Trexie here holding down the line. Team Flash, this time they crash out early, but they've gotten 6 already.
Yay! Quite a bit damaged by the IGL. Trexie took quite a tanking quite a number of explosion. Team Secret repositioned themselves to go around the smoke, and that Trexie is still struggling to be alive. But the rest of the teammates will try to give support fire from the back. The cover fire is actually commencing, but at the same time they try to confuse the vehicle. Team Secret just break change it over to DBS, trying to just play with the smoke, while Mizi will distract the attention of Team Secret. Actually bought enough time for the rest of PEA.
Yeah, and that itself is something that is done so well by the captain of Huge Nate as well, to really deal some cheap damage to Break, but the moment he hops off is where he gets caught out. Break still trying to actually get a glimpse of this moving vehicle, but Miz will just move all the way down south and leave this area be because it's already being devoured by the zone. Team Secret still fancying a chance against Kido. He knows he's out there. There is a buggy for Kido to escape, and he will do so. Can he actually escape the wrath of the M4 SOAS holding him down, taking him as hostage? And there's only so much he can do. He falters, and SOAS claims another life.
It's not done yet for the side of Team Secret, despite their winning that one. TALON and Sam9 Gate keeping the teams coming up from the blue zone. PA Mizi managed to squeeze in, but run straight into UDO2. Now that's going to be from the Hellfire was I don't know what else down there. But yep, coming up from BA, it's going to be a tough bet, and they at least got themselves 1 elimination here. But for the bright side, and coming out from the side of BA, at least they managed to squeeze into the first week of Super Sunday. So they still have a shot when it comes to week number 3 later on. They're not going to losing it entirely when it comes to just dropping 1 Super Sunday so far. But Team Secret is a different story. They need the points. They want to go for the Super Sunday. Never touched Super Sunday before. Same goes for GigFam.
Yeah, and this is why GeekFam is so hungry for blood, but it's all overcooked. GeekFam this time crashes out early here in Erangel. Big nades dropping in, and that is one apiece. We see TALON just scoring all of this out, and VIP managed to steal one away too. Lomer having his legs popping out as RNJ fancying a little glimpse of that. Not enough to actually take out the final member of Roy, but he's so low. Very little resources for himself as well, but will try to actually use the bandages to keep himself alive. It's just so sad. I mean, when you're playing around Stalber, there's barely any loot around that area if you're not going to be around those top end of the hill. VIP hugging by the edges as well. XERXIA really keeping a lot of teams at bay, whereas they can be accompanied by the Infinity really soon. They're not going to be committing into a battle at the very least, so the rest of Infinity, they will convoy, spot out UDO2, and they are willing to take this fight. And man, what a range coming out of Gotuni, knocking one member down, and this is going to be a full flush. Zeta also taking out Turdy K as he will be hopping out in the open. So many stray picks in between these battles.
They need to pick each other up, a bit of a 1-to-1 trade, but Razak, unfortunately, that's going to be one of the key players of VOIN Donkey being finished off by the Blazon instead. Infinity, they got the space and time to have a bit of a revive. I don't know what happened. There's going to be a friendly nade coming up from UDO2. I'm not sure what is happening on the other end, but Kid, at least they finish off links from TALON. But TALON has nothing else to lose. They score even more, 140 points by now. There's nothing to lose for the side of TALON, and definitely winning everything. RQ and Team Flash on the other hand, losing their second and third place, might be overtaken by Infinity. Infinity knowing this, there's a reason why Infinity just turned the other way around. They know the other top two teams already been eliminated before, but Crit VIP and now VOIN and TALON versus UDO2. Seems like two many fights happening at the same time.
Yeah, all these days almost landing onto Kid. He's got to move away from this sector. UDO2 needing to play it a little bit safer, but they're on the other end of the map. At least they do get a lot of intel over onto the eastern portion. Now, let's see what Fredo does with this information. The rest of TALON is absolutely on fire. They're really snagging all these points from all the teams that actually needs them the most. And look at that. Crit VIP, they take this golden opportunity. GeekFam is already out. Now they will be moving into the top 8. And they're just hugging by the corner of the lake. On the opposite end, it's going to be PIGMY. That is not going to be their focus. They will instead try to lock out the rest of Infinity from passing by.
I feel like this is going to be fated for PIGMY to push up possibly to even second place if they can capitalize and dominate over this sort of circle. They got the center, they got the most of it as well, and a lot of teams have to cross the lake around Jasnaya Puliana, which is going to be a very tough task to do. And not just that, if they try to swim, it's going to be a long swim as well. It's not a small river, it's a big lake. 3 VIP spot out the rest of Infinity. Now the Infinity, they're quite high up there at number 3, so it's not really a big problem for them. But if they can secure at least 100 points by end of today, they're more than happy to know that they're going to play tomorrow as well. PIGMY and KT, this is going to be the chance for PIGMY to shoot the numbers up. TALON taking on UDO2. UDO2 leaving with only 2 players left.
And here comes the rest of Infinity driving by. The dates are now locked perfectly right underneath the vehicle. So Target still survives, but he's being spotted out. More members sent his way as the double barrel shotgun is being brought to play. Newbies still alive. And that nade from Puta will be able to help Newbies hold longer. Damage being done. 30K will still be limping. Big nade onto Tiger X. And here comes Putra. Tag team duo now, going for the trades, but the rest of Infinity looking for a flank as well. Uma now being scouted out. It's going to be Jabrin Key that will be able to secure it. Roy once again eliminated, this time on number 9. But Putra, he's got a lot to do here. And the rest of Infinity, they're not going to back down. There's only one way through, and it is to take this fight against Crit.
Great VIP do have those elevations. Putra taking advantage of his view. Taking on another one out. Logan cooking up the net. If Putra not being careful. Oh, clip a bit of a damage, just 10% of it. But he's trying to spray, but it's not going to be enough by himself to hold the ground. Where are the rest of Great VIP? Putra fighting the entirety of Infinity by himself.
Yeah, exactly. So I was hoping for more backup to arrive, but U2, they're going to be able to find another push coming in from the side of XERXIA. And this is just looking really tough. On the top, it is going to be Red FaZe. TALON has arrived to the scene as they will have so much difficulty to even get him sorted out. Jumper can only hide right behind the vehicle. Such a sneaky play. Who knows? He might just see Red FaZe and to be moving out in the open. But now it's really all down to Jumper to clutch this one.
Infinity now trying to force Newbie to just get out from his hiding spot, and that's going to be it. He doesn't even need to get out from there because they know exactly what kind of angle he's at. But for Great VIP, that's going to be done and dusted. This is going to be leaving Sam9 to get the opportunity to push himself up, because the rest of the team's already being eliminated. We have stage 5, like I mentioned before, the circle targeting one corner, and we're down to only 6 teams left while entering stage number 6. Another team might actually fall down anytime soon, and the circle just happened to shift away from Infinity, and PIGMY still in the center.
And then Infinity, they're getting some free tactical bronze. XERXIA not able to break the vehicles just yet. And yes, they do by the tap of Kenny is. So that is still not being secured. And therefore, Kenny will quickly go ahead to secure it before the rest of PIGMY steals it away. Well, Jumperin has already gone down. The rest of Infinity will be split into multiple different stances. They will really need to find ways to go in for revivals. They drop into the smoke. Dimsy, last line of defense here on the front. Jumperin, Renki, just needing that pickup, but Tiger X is not allowing any space, and that grenade kind of denies it. I think he kind of had a little bit more of that tough luck right there, because he just reached into the perfect position. But Dimsy, they will hold him down. Logan will be knocked out.
Infinity still have some time to recuperate himself. XERXIA will trying to just sandwich PIGMY. On the other hand, we see Dimsy already hold himself those DBS. But Dimsy, why is he here in the first place? The rest of PIGMY is still in the center. He was trying to take advantage of Infinity's position just now, but unfortunately breaking his formation from the rest of the team. Now he's caught in between Infinity, XERXIA and NKT there. Kind of tough one to reach out for the rest of the teammate for cover fires. Now maybe they can actually cover fire from that distance because it's kind of a curved straight in between. But for XERXIA, they cannot even pick out as well. The rest of the team coming out from the back, I think that's probably gonna be NKT just behind them. So difficult for Infinity. The moment they overpick Dimsy, take the advantage. Now PIGMY, how to save Dimsy? All they can do is just giving them the support fire.
Wow, the Infinity, they crash through the gates. They find themselves another few points in. But it's gonna be Dimsy that is being picked up by Red FaZe. My. The solo unit of TALON Esports still at it, stealing points away. It's as if that they just couldn't have enough of these chickeners. Infinity left with only one. Whereas PIGMY still have 2 members left. Sam9, I see the numbers advantage to favor them, but what do they make do of this? They will chase Joe, NKT. Trying to see if there's going to be any form of opening. And now getting into the crossfire, Mr. Joe will be knocked down. Candy so far doing a great job, but that is going to be Earth that secures it instead.
Coming up from behind quite far. Triple F trying to hide himself within the smoke with the help of a vehicle in between as well to barricade himself. But Circle will shrink. 15 seconds to go. I don't think Sam9 will be favored here, but if they do, then it's going to be big advantage for them. They have the elevations. It's going to be an open space. All the teams will have to leave their Sniper Poliana compounds as well. An open space it is if it's the case for the side of Sam9, but the Circle will speak for itself. Will PIGMY or Sam9 winning over? It's Sam9. The moment PIGMY tried to leave their Sniper Poliana, same goes for the side of NKT. Even Infinity here trying to get away from the blue zone. It's gonna be just waiting time for Sem9 to get the chicken.
Yeah, they don't really have to do all too much just about yet. And with a lot of all these teams just playing by the edge of the lake, they will just have that bird's eye view from top of the hill, and Sem9 have found that kill onto Red FaZe. So the coast is clear, no more threats going their way until they have to face off against XERXIA at the very least. PIGMY slamming these two members. They have been around this Yanaya section for such a long time. They still have those grenades to throw towards the side of Herbs as well as Lobby. But just about enough cover for them to work with. It's a little bit far wide, but still finds itself onto Herb. Just like that, Billbot finds that kill, leaving only these two members weirded down. He's confident with a push. He's got that DPS. Goes in for the shot. Not really connecting. Bilbo goes down. And it's all down to IQOO. Oh, Lobby. He's just going for the jump shot, and they will secure it. And this is the reason why the Thai region has been feared, because they will always go in with a huge fight.
But it's going to be a big advantage for Sem9. 3v1v1. There's no way they're going to watch this one, I hope. Because just now PIGMY, despite being eliminated, but still 7 eliminations is still a huge number. Now 5 across the board of Sem9 for the eliminations. They can score another 7. Going to be the same number of elimination with PIGMY if they secure this one. But it won't be easy, because we're talking about Triple F. We're talking about Lobby X, who's hiding themselves so well around these angles. There's only a couple of structures in between, but they still got the time to just delay the process of being taken down. Sem9, all they need to do is just play for the waiting game, but there's also the option for XERXIA and NKT to deny the points away.
Yeah, they could do so if they want to, but might as well play for a few more points if they can. If they can get some good angles against either Buyu or Yuhai, who knows, the tides might actually turn. I think they have a clear idea, especially with the smoke to be a dead giveaway. Lobby will definitely be the main player that the rest of Sem9 will be focusing onto, because he's been taking that long battle. So that position definitely is being compromised, while Triple F is lucky enough to have all these forest trees to actually cover some tracks. So who knows, with a little bit of lurk, this might actually see Sem9 climbing down the hill, and that could be a little bit more problematic, because by the time that they go down, they don't really have much of the cover to work with. Shots now being fired into the smoke to catch onto Lobby. Kenny is the one that has been sent to go a little bit closer to take on Lobby.
Kenny, have to be extra careful. We're talking about Lobby Accent, NKT, Triple F, pretty much some formidable players out there as well. They know how to take opportunity if they misstep themselves in this sort of engagement. But Sem9, they have to make the push anyhow, especially Kenny. 3 nades in his hand. It's going to be throwable, usable, deployable. 1 first 8, no smoke. He's going to take the chances, going in, trying to go hit it cool, but didn't hit nobody for now. That one rock will save XERXIA for the time being. Lobby X just counter fires, while Triple F still waited out for the rest of Sem9.
He's gonna find himself a double rock as well. Sem9, they're just waiting for this chicken dinner to fall to their hands by now. Triple, he's just hiding. He's not willing to reveal his location just yet. He has a vehicle, but honestly, what can you do against this arsenal of a sentry from the side of Sem9? Pure discipline, but honestly, like you said, if they wait any longer, they could just deny themselves by the blue zone.
Kenny, hoping Lobby will finally surrender to the blue zone and force himself out. Yuhai as well, looking at both angles. All eyes towards Lobby X, one elimination at a time. XERXIA plays himself at third place. Now only leaving Triple F left. I think Yuhai knows exactly where it's at. And that's gonna be play zone denying the last point. But regardless of that, a chicken is a chicken. And Sem9 scores a 6th elimination. And that's pretty much enough to push themselves slowly up there.
Such an important win for Sem9. They finally see a glimmer of hope. This is going to be that lifeline opportunity heading into the final 2 rounds of Miramar to be played out. and it can only be upwards from here on. But does this actually knock some of all these teams down the line, because we see Crit VIP and also a few other teams to be right across. So this win definitely is massive for the Malaysian team.
Damage received at 99. That's going to be the least damage received on the side of 7-9 lineup, but a lot of work done by UI with 760 damage. Most elimination numbers with the most throws used. That, on the other hand, sadly he was being eliminated quite early, but I have to say UI really did break his backbone here to just push the numbers up for the rest of 7-9.
Yeah, let's look at him doing so much of damage across the field, especially holding on to Stalbo was not an easy task. You saw how many teams were actually vying for their chances out there. PEA has started from there, and then you saw all the ruckus with NKT and multiple squads cutting into that way, but 7-9 kind of prevailed, especially even with the presence of TALON. So that to me is definitely a pleasant surprise that I'm definitely happy for. And 7-9 fans rejoice because they have been on fire. Other than 7-9, of course, we still have the top two of the leaderboards, TALON as well as PIGMY, will be able to be contributing a lot more in this battle alongside with the rest of the community as we reel in the highlights for you guys to check out.
Now it's all about the numbers. Here we go. 7-9, 16 elimination. But look at TALON. Despite it, definitely solid, rock solid. Getting themselves the Super Sunday. There's no stopping this team. They're not showing any sign of slowing down. With PIGMY also getting themselves a double digit, 11 points of total. Infinity at 10 points. When it comes to the numbers, this is super important regarding the overall rankings, especially for 7-9.
That's right, and we definitely see huge improvements coming from UDO, O2 as well as NKT. And 5 points to be secured by the side of Crit VIP to still keep it very competitive. But the shock of what happened here inside of Erangel is that Geek Fam, they were in a really good position on the previous round, and then moving into this matchup, they weren't able to convert anything to a single point at all. So we will see a shift into the overall rankings. 7-9 has made their way into the top 8. We expect the top 3 to not move too much. PIGMY will further solidify themselves into the top 4 as they are looking to take down IQOO eventually. XERXIA is still there, and I think 7-9, they got to look for that 100 point from here on in the next 2 maps.
It's going to be between these 3 teams. 7-9, Crit VIP and Gig Fam to go for the last 2 rounds here. Unless VOIN will actually surprise us with such a comeback. We're talking about at 84, less than 10 points apart, which is going to be just around, what, 6 points different between this 8 and 9 plays. But I love this comparison because when it comes to firepower, it is to pretty much neck to neck. And when it comes to aggressiveness, how they actually initiate the fight, almost similar towards each other, FaZe and UI. But when it comes to FaZe, you have to give it up for TALON. The team has been supporting him entire day long. But I know I seem to be a bit harsh on 7-9, but I do see a lot more UI doing all the work by himself.
Yeah, and I definitely think that with just about enough support to Yuhai, they could even get a lot more than that. But FaZe, we saw a lot of solo showdown coming in from him, even despite them being left up all alone. You still see the charts here when it comes down to gunslinging. PIGMY is unmatched for now, but TALON so far has been hitting a really solid score line. The damages are also coming true from the Malaysian squads like Crit VIP as well as 7-9, but 7-9 definitely take a little bit more of a solo passage as they will be able to break the spree of the Indonesian wins. But heading to Miramar, it's hard to tell because it could be anyone's to take.
That's kind of true. Down towards the side of Crit VIP, Gig Fam, 7-9. These 3 teams here, but also when it comes to getting the points up, this is going to be the map that everybody looking out for with those long distance fight and tabs. Now, if they can actually secure the position safety first for the side of 7-9, it's all about the safety. They have to make sure they don't go down before Gig Fam, before Crit VIP first. If they have to be knocked down early, that's going to be... you get what I mean.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit scuffy at the very least. But when we take a look at how these teams are performing, I think like they start to get a little bit more of a better idea of how to start reaping more rewards by getting themselves sustained into a better area of play. As 7-9, they didn't really have to commit to too much until into the late game where they got themselves that beautiful elevation. They can start to look for those pickups, and therefore that Stalber section that they've been holding out works perfectly fine because they were coming in from 70 as well as shooting range. It was an easy access for them nonetheless, and they didn't really have to go for massive overhaul moving into close proximity fights, and I think that this looks much better.
Yep, based on the circle, we have to give it like 50% towards the circle side, right? Because the circle just shifted on the northern side where there's going to be only one team up there based on the last map of Wrangle just now. But we're heading into a different map entirely, which is going to be Miramar. This is going to be a huge map, but the circle has not been kind at all for the past few weeks. It's going to be tough, but usually we do have water treatment circle. It depends. Sometimes being kind is super kind. But the flight path will not be that kind at first. But at least you got a greater circle by the end of it. We don't see a lot of... You see twice in Pala, we don't see a lot of left side. We never see anything on the left side of the circle yet. Or like this left side circle of the map yet. And so far it has been in the center or slightly towards South Los Leones or just towards on the side of Impala. If that happens on the left side, it's going to be the first here today.
Yeah, and first, the teams now heading into the final 2 rounds, having some slight worry faces all across the board from here for the teams that are at risk of elimination. But for those that are sitting pretty at the top, you saw like PIGMY's just chilling. They are around the top 4 region and they are not going to be knocked out. So even XERXIA, they are also calm and composed. They know that as much as there's a lot of switch up between that 7 and 8 position, it didn't seem like it has phased them all too much.
True. But so far, regarding before we get into the maps later on at Contra, we have to see if there's any swap of the players because there's going to be 2 more maps left. And speaking of which, I'm just gonna update you guys regarding the teams that never scored themselves any chicken across the entire of the 2 weeks league for now. It's going to be Roy. IQOO, these players super aggressive. They still haven't managed to land any chicken. PEA as well. Well, PEA, tough shot for getting a Super Sunday this week. U2O2, GigFam, and Team Secret. Now, despite we saw how aggressive Team Secret, how active they were rotating themselves in the map, they never land any chicken yet.
Yeah, and when we take a look at the way that they've been playing, sometimes like they overheat in some of all these team fights. They take a lot of it, and it didn't really seem like they have enough resources to actually outlast the final few hurdles. But things have been looking good. Now we do see some changes. Logan is going to be taking a back seat as Tree Touch is going to be coming online to join the rest of the village.
Well, we do have some swaps here and there, so that's going to be fun to watch. But speaking of the other teams, do we see another... I don't see Red FaZe too much today, so that's going to be interesting. Whether he will play Miramar map or not, because early on in the first half of the day, we don't see too much of him, but they probably just swapped him in the second round just now. But when it comes to the other teams that's really in the dire need of points, we don't see too much change of GigFam. We don't see too much change of... who was it again? Crave VIP example. Now, 79, Creep VIP, and GigFam. These are going to be the three teams we should watch out for. If 79 goes down first, that's going to be the opportunity taken by the side of GigFam and Creep VIP.
Yeah, from the looks of it, it really looks like there is going to be only one Militant team that can move forward from this point onwards. Creep VIP, 79, GigFam. GigFam, of course, arguably, you can also say that it's pretty much an IB at this point. And this is it. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move into our first Miramar, only last 2 games to go, and we will begin with our journey with the flight path.
Now we're starting off from Impala's side. It's going to be W2D4 as the first few spots for the team to drop themselves, but cutting across up all the way to opposite, just evenly splitting the map into north and southern side. But when it comes to the circle, we hardly get any northern, maybe Humanitarian Bronco. We never had that before. We had too many water treatments, but there are times and places where the flight path and circle just happen to be on top of each other. If we have another Impala circle, we've seen it before, we've seen it multiple times now, not gonna be easy because it's gonna be tucked into one direction. Not just that, there's gonna be like what 40% of water ratio in it, and it's very little land for the players to stand themselves in.
Yeah, as much as it's not easy, it is at least familiar because certain teams have already played it out multiple times already. But what will also throw a curveball is to see maybe a southern region to be played out, because that's a lot of terrain that they will have to hug towards to in order to make do with whatever they can. Shimasera is going to be empty for now, but I do believe that TALON is making their way into that section of map. Infinity, just as usual, takes Mikado, the center point of it all. So not expecting all too much to happen in that early game, and indeed, it does cover the central and the south. PIGMY, they already spot Kiddo here by the corners of Minas Generalis and willing to take a fight. Somehow Kiddo swaps it around, brings that AK to play, and that's going to be the first knock. Not the kill just yet, but it will be the first one to be secured by Billbot instead.
PIGMY, they just had really an extraordinary run just now. Close enough to get the 100-point mark. I think our pretty much going to touch it as well. On every team in the 90s, down to NKT, yeah, there's going to be a safe zone. Once they hit themselves in the 100 mark, they definitely will hit it by end of today. But for the side of XERXIA and Sam9, these two teams still not safe either. We're talking about 10-point gap, less than 9 points between VIP and XERXIA. So that's why those two teams are not fighting as well for XERXIA and Sam9. But PIGMY, I think they can just have fun as well if they want to. PA is fighting though. PA, they just, that's nothing. I mean, Super Sunday, they miss it once for now.
Yeah, PA somehow rallying through as they do corner up the rest of PIGMY Esports. And there's really not much room left. Track C goes ahead to clear any stragglers out there. There's still Jabrzinski on the other corner as they manage to take the captain down. and he's very willing to just charge in. I mean, he's got nothing to lose. The rest of his teammates are already down for the count. So might as well go in for the trade. Miz holding on to a sawed-off, and that's definitely not the right weapon to be taking a fight on. He finally finds a gun, but Jabrensky, he knows that he's on there. He's got the grenade. Slowly burning down that UMP bullets as well. Jabrensky? I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to spot this out, but they're just playing ring around the rosy. He knows that he's by the corner of the door, trying to actually get that glimpse. Damage being done from both ends, and it all comes down to this push from Miz, but he will not survive. PIGMY with the saving grace and a perfect performance in order to bring them down. PEA had to say goodbye.
Barely enough loot to work against each other. These two teams really fight it out with their teeth by the end of it. Jabranki, lucky enough, the bullets actually lost him enough to finish off the rest of PEA. We've seen a lot of 0 bullets previous one. We don't want to see it more in this one. The players are running out dry with their utilities and resources. But next we do have a bit of a glimpse on 79. It's so crucial, 79 not to lose their place. How to hide from the prying eyes of the teams that's hungry for the blood.
Yeah, and honestly, when I take a look at that fight yet again, right, like we see a little bit of hesitation coming from the side of PEA, especially from Miz. Like he's spending too many bullets trying to spray blankly onto walls. He's already out of resources to begin with. The moment he got a gun, he didn't really utilize it well enough. So a little bit more composure would definitely do good for the side of PEA. But it's done and dusted. We move on. PIGMY with only one player left inside Miramar. He's got too far of a journey up ahead, but 4 points. They now celebrate 100 marks as they will be on the third spot of the podium. Team Secret now nearing the side of Roy. Let's see if they're going to find anything at all against the Vietnamese side.
Trying to find elevations to work at their best to find a sweet spot to visualize the rest of Roy's rotation and their lineup here. But they need to find the flanker first. It's always going to be the flanker that just poke them from the back or just from the side and make it so difficult. Team Secret, it's doable still. It's doable, but they have to score it super big in this one. I'm talking about 20 points and above, including those chicken.
Yeah, it has to be 20 points and above. There's no other way out. And when it comes down to Miramar early game, it's really hard to actually seek out those massive points. It's only around stage 5 where you get more glimpses of players around the field. With more players inside the circle, rather than not. Infinity sees Iron Pro passing through. The rest of Print VIP. This is high time that they show up. They need that 6 points to match up to 79. Of course, topping it with a little bit more would be icing on the cake. Putra spots out Tiger, but he's trying to check whether if there's going to be a little more. He only sees the vehicle. This Tiger X is going to run back to retrieve it. Big VIP, they're taking very, very scattered angles here. So I wonder if they will actually get any chance at all against Infinity, who's pretty much stacked up inside of the compound. Whereas RQ, they take control of the power grid. They're looking to see if anyone passes by the highway, and that's where RQ hits them.
Speaking of RQ, it's surprised to us that RQ has been not too loud when it comes to the first few stages of the map here, because there's always going to be some rotation, some aggression being displayed by RQ way early on during stage 1, but this time they're playing a bit quiet, despite actually not really in trouble when it comes to getting into Super Sunday. But oh, Spider 10, ambitious, but you can do it. There's no physics in PUBG Mobile. That's the beauty of it.
True enough. But back towards your sentiment on RQ as well. I mean, we've seen a really good run inside of Sanha, and after that, their other maps that was played out didn't really seem like they had too much to offer. They kind of overcommit into the fight, got eliminated very early. So that change of pace seems to be something that I do prefer, because for the past 2 rounds of Erangel, it didn't work out. But the first round of Erangel, it was still pretty okay, to say the very least. So it's more about adapting into what Miramar has in store for them, rather than reacting and chasing onto just about anyone that comes nearby, because they have been punished multiple times by teams like Team Flash or even TALON Esports. Speaking of which, these two teams, they're already inside the circle. TALON's going to be taking over Chumacera, and we will see some members inside of Sem9, if I'm not mistaken, to be around that corner too. Still journeying their way of a little bit of wide rotation by the blue zone from the side of UDO2, whereas Sem9 just looking for a good spot to finish it later on. But for now, coast is clear. We're not expecting too much of a fight happening here in stage 2.
Yep, a lot of teams have a lot to lose, a lot at stake for the teams around 7th to 10th place. So these are going to be the ones that want to keep it safe, like we mentioned earlier on. But I don't see reasons why team at the very bottom just sit this one quietly. Maybe they still... how do I say it? It's like, you know, it's so tough for me to actually say it out loud when I actually start bringing out IQOO and everything, all that's so Asian.
The Malaysians coming out at you.
I feel bad that I'm being so honest, but it is what it is, guys. It's so tough for 11th place down to 16 to actually catch up now. Yes, it's unusual to see VOIN down there. I don't know how incredible VOIN can get, but it feels like they really dropped a big ball this week and this day.
Yeah, I think like certain things that they've been trying to work out on this week really didn't come into play according to their plans as well, and they start to lose a little bit more of that confidence, it seems. Other than that, on a good day, VOIN can really match up to even the top dogs out there. I mean, teams that played in the pro leagues of Indonesia have definitely gotten familiarized onto how to play super aggressively. Now, what's really interesting here is that Todak is now driving into the territories of RR team. So, are they gonna fight or not? It's still a little bit of a region of coverage. I think it's just Todak trying to actually get a little bit more elevation. Other than that, there's no point in a full-blown contest. But yeah, to me, what surprised me, even though this is my first day in the job here for this season, there's a significant gap between the top 4 and the ones that are in the middle pack and the ones that are on the bottom 12 as well. So I'm not even certain, like, when they do move into Super Sunday, how many points can they actually reap out of when they do qualify into the top 8?
True. But it's all down to the last 2 maps here. If they can consistently get themselves numbers up, it's not going to be a problem in the first place. But we do have quite an interesting circle. We had this kind of circle once. And we do know Chumacera, you have to pick whether to go for the high grounds or inside of low ground compounds. There's both places have pro and cons to it, just like how the last circle did in Erangel. If the circle just favors those in the high ground, that's going to be a big advantage. But high chance, the circle always favors around the compound area. So the one that actually have to hike down, there's going to be a long, steep drop from there on. And it's just so exposed that everybody can shoot them down.
Yeah, and right now, the one that is also taking charge of at least the high ground of Chumacera, that's going to be TALON. So consider that place to be a no-go zone unless you want to be tagged up. But I say that, UDO2, they're already moving in. And that's going to be Misery that falls from the top. And now TALON members have to save him. This is not the best of time because teams are slowly cutting by. He's definitely thankful that UDO didn't go in for the push.
TALON. Misery, 150 points. Possibly it's going to be the end of the day. I always love how the players carried each other out, especially in the blue zone, and they just put the players that picked from their back into the vehicle and just drive them like an ambulance drive, you know. It's just, if only we have ambulance version of it. Whenever players actually being picked up by another player and just being shove into a car, and suddenly the vehicle will change into an ambulance and make a big sound, which going to be more entertaining, I guess, because a lot of players will want to shoot the ambulance down. They know somebody is there, but that sounds so vulgar, but sorry for that. Back towards our top 8 teams, way ahead, which are going to create VIP. Surprisingly, we thought they're going to play it quiet, but it's going to be them trying to initiate some fights from afar against PIGMY.
I think it's just desperate attempts coming in from the side of Crit VIP because they understand they need those big points to actually close off all these rounds. And we're also seeing Cleon going for a little bit more activation. Actually runs some HP bars off of RNJ as he is reinforced to drive away. So that they are holding on to the North Point very well. And they also spot users out of Tree Touch that have just joined in this match. So it's going to take a while. So that making themselves known, I'm not sure if it is the best of ideas. Now Axel's driving by. I mean, Axel catching that drive-by. As the rest of TALON is being alerted, they will be funneling some resources to take on the rest of XERXIA.
Axel, Linux next, Circle shrinks. It's still gonna be in between, trust me, it's always gonna be the case there. We do know how this plays. The Circle just want to torture the players even furthermore, especially when it's so crucial for the players to get the points down there. And yeah, it's always going to be 50-50. Semna, on the other hand, will actually do have advantage to gatekeep the rest of the team who try to get those high grounds. But we do have a bit of a fight around as the Velda, which is going to be GigFam versus VOIN. VOIN Donkey still having a full squad, while GigFam, finally the entire cavalry has arrived. We get to see a 4v4.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting. GigFam, they cannot afford to drop another map. They're going in for this initiation, grenades in hand, trying to actually catch them off. Mika holding the top end. Bobo Ho trying to do a little bit of a drive-by there, as those grenades does not really connect. Meanwhile, the fight between Infinity as well as Stoda, we'll see Cleon being knocked down. While all of that happens, we still focus onto this fight. Rocky trying to get a little bit of a ledge there for coverage, whereas PMSL says, you know what, you can have that area. We will drive into the corners of the upcoming zone in order to zone you out. Now, I'm not sure what's really going on here as we're jumping back to Erangle's mini-map, but don't worry, we'll get it sorted out. We're back!
I'm sorry, guys. That was a different universe entirely. We're done with that. We moved on. Now back to GigFam versus VOIN. Sorry for that. And KT happen to be interested to be in the fight. Now VOIN will bring it straight in their face if they want one. And GigFam be safe by the hands of NKT in the very nick of time. While Infinity and Team Flash seems to be exchanging. Also Todak in between. I don't know how, how did Iftar ended up way beyond the rest of the teammates?
Not too sure about that either ways, but Iftar, he's really driving closely into the range, and it's gonna be a big nade that will be touching onto Tree Touch. And that will see him pull all the way back because he will respect that there are two players right there. He doesn't have the numbers to book out, but good damage being done. Meanwhile, Zeta here taking charge of this fight against NKT. NKT's got the wraparound too, so they will be able to pin this down inside the smoke with Triple F holding from the top side. And there's not much that Mr. Joe can offer. Boboho and the rest of VOIN Donkey really putting it out in style.
Boo-boo-hoo. VOIN Donkey, despite they gonna have a tough space here to get themselves in the top 8, they still have to find them. I love this kind of spirit and you know, the kind of fight that the players still have. Despite it's going to be a tough challenge, they still take it up anyway. But for NKT, they have to pick their poison here, whether to go for GigFam or whether to focus on the ones actually having those high grounds, which are going to be Sam9. But there's also VOIN around the back, so NKT kind of stuck themselves in a situation that's impossible to find a way out. Here comes the native finish off at Triple F in an instant, leaving only one player of NKT left. But we do have another triangle war here on top of the high grounds, which is going to be UDO, O2 There's also Make It 4, XERXIA, spotted out also by U2O2, which is going to be VOIN, other side of the hill. Then we do have slightly, who's the, TALON.
TALON Esports, that's right. And that is going to be a tough ordeal for all of the teams that are on board. NKT, with both spread out formation, will eventually see themselves knocked out of the competition here inside Miramar. Now, at least for VOIN Donkey, they are on the outskirts. They bypass all these ruckus and it really catches onto members on the side of Geek Fam. That's bad news, and it might just be doomed for the side of Geek Fam. Only 2 members left. How on earth will they catch up to Sam9 now?
Sam9. But Sam9 don't have any eliminations by now. It's still doable as long as they play it safe, but safe is not in their dictionary because you get to see a couple of eliminations here and then maybe some open fires across the map as well. Oh, but back to U2O2. TALON? Oh, this is TALON. This is TALON versus U2O2. We don't see too detrimental between these two teams fighting against each other. Sorry, it sounds harsh, but it is what it is. But on the side of XERXIA, this is gonna things can change if XERXIA happen to be caught in a trap and being the victim of these two teams' crossfire, though.
Yeah, but RNG is cooking up a grenade. Might be able to catch a member or so from the side of TALON. Meanwhile, the rest of U2O2 is just pinned out. Lobby trying to destroy the vehicles, do a little bit more damage, while U2 is just limping away. Jumper is there. Backup if anything goes wrong. But that grenade's gonna be able to find it. Mega Mine really had it all read out. Big brain plays, as always, coming from the member of XERXIA. Now, it's TALON versus XERXIA.
FaZe Orange next down. That was a perfect golden nade. Kobe. Well, Mika will take it out. Crit VIP. Crit VIP in trouble. Down to only 2 players left. They're so close of getting the top 8, by the way. VOIN Donkey will be eliminated next. But for the side of Crit VIP, they're taking on Geek Fam now. That's going to be a spicy one. Geek Fam versus Crit VIP is the one we should watch out for. But Crit VIP just opened the opportunity for Geek Fam. But Geek Fam is also down to 1 player. Sam9 on the then, still having a full squad. I think we can kind of confirm by now, Kontra.
Wow, I think it's for certain. Unless if there's a miracle run from Crit VIP in the upcoming game, our final hurrah. And this battle is just going pretty long between TALON as well as XERXIA, and finally they do get the knock onto Red Phase, and that clears out that passage for Sam9 to pass through.
True. Geek Fam next to be eliminated. I think quite an anticlimactic ending here for our last Miramar maps, but let's just enjoy what XERXIA have to offer. XERXIA, oh, they already hit the 90s, yeah? Axel next! And it's gonna be XERXIA taking over the points up there. 4 elimination points, 91 it is to add up all the numbers, and KT being eliminated as well, but for the rest of the team, I mean, I don't think there will be changes much when it comes to overall, but RRQ will be funny land that you can be here when it comes to last stage of Miramar map.
It looks very, very certain to be a good chance, as this passive play coming from inside of RRQ have benefited him so much more than playing aggressively. See, there's no points being gained from kills so far by RRQ. But what did they do? They play for that position. This is that change that they require in order to eventually gain a win. But I can't say for certain just yet. Big Nate's coming in from the side of RQ, denies that push coming in from the side of Infinity, but there's still a saving grace for GodTuny.
K. Who will actually save GodTuny? I don't think anybody can actually reach him out yet, based on the pressure coming from the side of Snape, tapping it up to the side of GodTuny. That's going to be an elimination. But Sam9, I think they just finished off XERXIA's Orange. I'm not sure if they're actually stolen away from another team, but RRQ are fighting Infinity. Well, Team VOIN is still alive. I love this. Finally, we get to see a bit of a comeback from the side of Team VOIN, a different perspective indeed. But Sam9 and XERXIA, the teams are actually on the 7th and 8th place. The outcome of this is just going to change between the slots of these two. It's 7 and 8 or 8 and 7.
Yeah, and Mega Mine, he's pretty much stuck by the corner. That water tank's not going to give him much cover. Thankfully, there's no more nades left from inside of U-High OP, so He's gonna have a little bit of wiggle room for the time being, while Lobby trying to outrun the rest of the Tigers. Shots being fired from across the corner, and the rest of Sem9. They're feeling very confident about this push. There is the nade, but Roy, they're striking from behind. Sem9, you gotta turn around.
Now back towards Sem9. Kenny literally trying to turn things around. Spotted out Roy behind there somewhere. Now trying to find a hiding spot in case of a big ambush, but on the side of that, there's nobody can actually save him at this point. There's no saving grace whatsoever coming up from XERXIA. XERXIA, they got themselves quite a sweet spot up here, but the circle might actually shift later on. And they need to finish off Lobby X. Sem9 UI is actually thinking, how do I get up there? Spotted out Megamind. Megamind definitely oblivious regarding his position. Oh, he whiffed it. No, maybe not just once, twice, even third time, but Lobby X just casually picked from above UI.
Yeah, such a cheeky angle as well. Yuhai disciplined enough to actually get away with a little bit of a cover, but the shots are coming from RQ. Ryu, Snake takes him down, and now it's only down to Megamind, and Yuhai finally finds him. XERXIA now onto 8th spot, but that was hard work coming out of Sem9.
Sem9, despite of that, XERXIA will actually have a bit of a push down. We do know it's going to be a change of spots. And now Sem9 is going to be the opportunity for them to push themselves in the top 5 even. But Team Flash still up there, well and alive. Very healthy lineup indeed. Infinity fighting against Team Secret. Infinity already scored themselves over 100 points. Same goes for the side of PIGMY. RQ only 1 more point to go. But the circle will shift. Now RQ, this is going to be it. This is the time for them to get that chicken. This must be it.
It has to be. But they still have to deal with Infinity as well as Team Secret. Infinity still has 3 members, so don't count them out just yet. They're already at work to try to flush off the rest of Team Secret. They jump back onto their buggy, trying to escape the wrath of this Titan Thai team. But where can they realistically go? They turn their backs upon them, and Trang's getting shot. And they're still leaving Soaz be. Soaz trickled down to a tick of health bar left. And he still finds Turney! Oh! I'm not too sure what to make out of that, but Soaz, he's really putting up the damage numbers on the block in order to hold down the line against the Infinity.
So as the rest of Team Secret have to reposition himself, Infinity clustered up together. Here comes Namkid trying to finish the mob. Namkid sprays with a new MP, and that's going to be the end of it for Infinity. They couldn't even get a reset. But for the side of Infinity, they are okay. Back to the side of Team Flash on the other hand. Now, can Team Flash overtake RQ? RQ will get themselves the chicken. The Pego got himself quite a loot up there with the Ghillie Suit upgrade. And a perfect color at that as well. Team Secret on the other end. Sem9 being charged by 2 ways here. Versus Roy. Versus Team Flash. At the same time, UI could take the heat. As Kenny S cannot visualize to give the support fire. And that's going to be Kenny S trying to play for the positions here.
Wow. Team Flash making it rain with those grenades. And suddenly you see Sem9 left with only 1 member. They were doing so well. But the moment that they try to rush into the Dark Center, they get caught out. They were well unaware about the positioning of Team Flash, and they struck them down in the blink of an eye. Sem9 now eliminated, but it was a great top 5 finish. They now firmly plant themselves on that 8th position, as Team Flash also picks up a total of 5 elimination points so far. RRQ, all eyes on them. The Indonesian team has been denied of chicken dinners for so many times, and now feeling so confident to take everybody out.
Down to 3 teams with VOIN. Team Flash do have the numbers on their side, but RQ got the circle prior to those 2 teams. At the same time, the one that actually might have a shot at winning the chicken here, the team that not having any chicken before, it's going to be 2 of them, Roy and RQ. But due to Team Flash a bit busy with Team Roy, RQ might actually have the opportunity here because it's going to be 3v3v3 with RQ, despite having such just slightly lower count of numbers when it comes to their firepower. Actually have the advantage to finally scores the chicken. Cornty spotted out Snape. Now there's going to be some sprays hoping to connect, but the rock will cover Cornty just temporarily.
Yeah, just some good damage being done. He spots out that back sticking out, and that was a dead giveaway. But they do allow them that space because RRQ, they got bigger fish to fry. they gotta worry about Roy because that is the team with the biggest numbers that they have to go up against. Team Flash, well, has even more actually because they've been playing it a little bit passively in this first round of the half. And RQ, they make good use of this defensive state where they could just hug by the walls and hope to eventually get some glimpses of both Roy as well as Team Flash. Now we start to see a chance for the Vietnamese side. As a matter of fact, the top 4 consists of 3 Vietnamese squads. And now Team Flash are preparing for this attack. Snape as well as Nepeko by the wall will be the first line of defense for them as Kwang goes in for a nade launch. But Nepeko is actually attacking him up. So this is just going to be these two teams locking horns. That opens a little bit more room for Roy to strike back.
Taps coming up from afar. Toss trying to find an opening just to break the silence due to the stalemate, but there's no more circle left after this. Like it or not, they have to take charge for all the teams that are still remaining. Down to, never mind, still full squad for Team Flash and Roy. RQ on the other end still having a trio spotted onto. Knocked down onto of the Roys. 2 angles that have to be swinged by Roy. Pretty difficult with 1 player left. Nothing much he can do. But plus, as usual, spotted on 1 Batman. But the Pego still is away from afar. And that's going to add up the numbers of RQ. RQ, this is it. They won the chicken. They will score it after such a consistent fight. This must be it. Finish off strong and got a bang off the chicken dinner finally to have a taste of it by the end of the day.
It has to be. It was pandemonium out of nowhere. Team Flash as well as Roy lock onto each other, and this is it. Snape looking for the win as he's just gonna buy a little bit more time and space. It's gonna be no mercy. That will secure RRQ Ryu's first win of a chicken dinner.
What a long journey to finally get themselves a taste of the chicken dinner. We're talking about 2 weeks long journey with such aggressive play just showed by the side of RRQ. To have that chicken is going to be the last thing they can just complete their run finally. That's going to be the toughest one for them to secure chicken after such a long one. Finally to get a taste of it. Now we can remove the teams that have no chicken and RRQ is not in it. It's down to only 5 teams that never land themselves a chicken. Roy, PA, UDO2, Gig, Fam, and Team Secret.
Well, there's one game for them to do so here on this final run of Miramar, but take a look at all the boys of RRQ Ryu. Well, you know, I have scrutinized on the past couple rounds of Angle not being played well enough, and this time with more disciplinary action, with a little bit more control, you finally see that win being secured by the rest of RQ. But Snape definitely was the man of the match.
Snape, he definitely shows quite a number of highlight and spotlight across the entire day of Last Chance stage here. But I agree that we've seen Nepeko before, but it seems like the entire team of RRQ start to sync up when it comes to week number 2. It seems week number 1, they're pretty okay, they're pretty good, they're pretty aggressive. One of the most highest elimination numbers up there by the teams. Arguably one of the toughest ones to fight against as well. But RRQ, Team Flash, Roy, and Team Secret, a lot of Vietnam here, domination, but still number 1 coming up from the side of RRQ. Let's just relive the moment of our second last map of the day.
And there we go, our first big win for RRQ Ryu with that 19 pointers, as that will be closely trailed by Team Flash as well. But it's a much better run, especially for Roy, as they find themselves that double digit with 12 points secured. Same goes to Team Secret with 10. But who's the biggest winner here? If you ask me, it's definitely 7-9. They secured themselves 8 pointers, whereas their competitors are being left with not much as they were taken out. XERXIA managed to secure 5 alongside with PIGMY, and VOIN Donkey will secure themselves 4.
Now, speaking of the numbers, they don't lie here as well. We do see a lot of early eliminations by GigFam, as well as Crit VIP, taken out way early. They should have just played safe, but maybe they have to push themselves. We do know that they need to find the initiation. They need to do the initiation in the first place just to get the numbers up. But unfortunately, they ended up with very little points. But at least good news for Crit VIP and Gig. They both landed the same amount of points down there. But for TALON, I mean, like, TALON is fine. Infinity, PA, and Todak. Well, sadly, we have to just 2 weeks in a row. Roy, UDO2 didn't make it through the Super Sunday yet. Now that's going to be alarming for these two teams, especially because it's going to be rough for them when it comes to just put it out all down to just week number 3 to collect the points for grand finals.
Indeed, and timing is definitely of the essence because there's not much matches to be played out, and even if you do get 1 week of that Super Sunday, I'm not sure if they will be able to pull through with what they're currently displaying. So as we add up all of the results, we now see 7-9 moving up into 7th. XERXIA now push down, but they are now having the equal score of 92 apiece. TALON is unmoved with 151, whereas RRQ with that chicken dinner, they are now adding it in a total of 117.
Now, when it comes to page number 2, remember it's 92 points with 11 placement points. Also add up to the chicken into it, because if we happen to have a tie at 8th and 9th place by end of today, the first tiebreaker is going to be the chicken, the second tiebreaker will be the placement points. The elimination will go last, by the way. So if that's the case for XERXIA, we're gonna have to wait and see if how much of a big of a gap between the 8th and 9th place was, which we take too long here. Yeah, that not too much at all. Still doable, reachable, up to even VOIN and Team Secret is still doable.
Well, as much as we say it's doable, it really requires that one game to be a chicken dinner. Like either one of these teams that you've mentioned, they need to take that win. So honestly, other than that, the other teams that they're going up against needs to be eliminated before the moment they even reach the top 10. So that is the only few possibilities out there where they have that chance to secure themselves that final spot. So let's take a look at the head-to-head. Kwang so far been phenomenal. The damage output actually surpassing Snake, but you take a look at RQ as a unit in general, all of them just have great aim and immense firepower. Same goes to Kwang, but Team Flash, they definitely rely a whole lot on his gunplay in order to get more. Therefore, you see Snake basically securing more points.
True. But next we do have the gunslinger. It's going to be the average amount of damage output that we usually have. The previous one is a bit at around the low, and if we have less than 2,000 damage now, that's quite concerning. Maybe because of the circle. Just shows it will shift over the dynamics of gameplay that happens. So when it comes to this sort of damage, it means that this circle was pretty much a normal one, which can be within reach of all the teams with 2.1k, over 2.1k damage coming from Team Flash. RRQ at second place, 1.7, Roy 1.5. Not too far of a gap between all the teams down there.
Yeah, not too shabby for them to also try to match up in terms of tempo. And you see RQ having lesser damage this time. That's because they're not participating in that early game fight. All of that damage was done in the late game. So that to me is impressive, because RQ is always known to say yes to every single fight. This is the first time they say, no, we're playing for a win. And to me, this is what I want to, what everybody's been waiting for. So one final match, and it will settle the score here. Choo-choo. Do you think that Sem9 is going to be safe because they've been holding onto 8 and then now they're moving into 7, but the points are tied between them as well as Social?
Well, they're definitely going to be in the top 8. That's what's most important by the end of the day, because we do know when it comes to the Super Sunday, that's where really things get really spiced up, because right now, one thing at a time, their priority is just to get into Super Sunday first for the teams. They should watch out for Create VIP and still GigFam and VOIN, despite it's actually quite a gap between the 8th place down to the 9, 10, 11th place. We've seen it before, and it happened before within a map, like how RIQ did it before, but that was RIQ. Now, I'm not saying the teams out there cannot perform as good as RIQ or as aggressive as they can, but there's still a chance and a shot when you've been cornered down. You will bite back, right? That's how these players actually do and behave sometimes. When you try to push them down, they will actually shove you back. So that happened before. In a single map, we had 30-ish points. If that happened in the case of GigFam VIP, Creed VIP and VOIN, everything will change in the middle pack.
I am going to be jumping off my seat if that ever happens here on the very important match. Because usually when it comes down to the final stage here, all the teams are a lot more nervous if they are around that borderline. Or should I even say that when they try something a little bit more aggressive, sometimes it bites themselves in the back where they become a little bit more oblivious of their surrounding because they were just hoping to get kills against one of the teams. So they need to be very wary of what the circumstances are. But if that ever happens, I'll love to see it.
Well, that's gonna be the secret and the suspense of PUBG Mobile. We gotta have to wait and see. Now, spoilers, not gonna be fun. I try to not make it too anticlimactic as well.
We try.
But usually when it comes to the last map of the thing is, whenever it's the last map of the day, that's where all the blunder happens, and the team that's really in the dire need of everything in the game happen to be just taken out of the equation way too early. I hope that's not the case, but it would be spicy if Senna being eliminated first. Not that I have anything against them, but that's definitely going to be a plot twist there. But let's have enough chit chat for now. We're just going to go straight into the last map of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last chance for the teams to qualify into our Super Sunday run in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. And we take off from Valdemar heading into El Azhar. Now, these past 2 Miramar flights have been very generous in terms of how it allows teams to be moving into their own respective cities. So, most likely than not, the teams who really want to play safe, they can opt to go for some cities around the outskirts than to take something across the middle ground. But we're already seeing a few teams already moving into their respective township. GFAM flowing further down into the south side. We haven't really seen too much of a play around that Platona section. And of course, the south side of the map has always proved to be a little bit of a challenge. And the city of Los Leones pretty much ripe for the taking. We'll see a couple of teams fancying their chance to secure it for themselves. The last we saw inside of Minas Generalis, there was a battle between PIGMY as well as PEA. If that's gonna happen again, I don't know what to make out of it, because PIGMY kinda was overzealous for a little bit, but PEA, they still couldn't find anything to transact that into points, and the circle appears all the way up north. My. What a round this is gonna be.
Yep, that's kind of true. This is going to be one of the rare scene indeed. But speaking of the circle, hopefully it won't drop down towards the treatment. We had this maybe once. I don't know. Maybe it was the last season. But if we actually do have way up north circle, now that's going to be fun to watch, Contra. Because it's going to be tucked into one direction. And everybody have to fight their way up there. And it's going to be a lot of clashing to be done when it comes to stage number 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's definitely something to take note of. And with all these long rotations as well, this is going to be so tough for the teams out there to put remarkable scorelines in the early game. Roy, see some players passing through. I don't think that's going to be a little bit of a challenge. But let's take a look at the average eliminations, as Team Flash seems to be the best in Miramar so far.
True. Team Flash, they do love this map more than the others, but it's just, if only they actually put up this kind of performance during the group stage, because it wasn't that bad during the group stage as well. It just feels like they're not in sync when it comes to their lineup. They kind of lost their momentum in week number 1 when they start to group stage in week number 2. It's like they've been cooled down completely and have to refine the footing between the roster. Maybe they were experimenting some stuff coming up from Team Flash, perhaps that's the case here. Maybe. But we talked earlier on, just to rewind what really starting off the day, we did set a benchmark of 100 points saved. Replay. Roy. Well, Roy.
Yeah.
Roy's big Roy.
That is also very straightforward out of Infinity as well to secure the first blood of the game. And other than that, I mean, Roy going for all these spread out plays isn't going to cut it. So we move back into, of course, the conversation early on. Like Team Flash, they do really well here into the final hurdle. Of course, we all wish that it happened during the group stages, but with them finally finding this rhythm, I think week 3 is going to look really good for Team Flash.
That's kind of true. That's very true. And Team Flash, they actually do have Super Sundays back-to-back when it comes to week 1 and week 2. So they definitely will... It's very straightforward. If you guys are so confused regarding, who will actually go up to grand finals, it's as clear as this. As long as the team got themselves in every Super Sunday that is available, which could be 3 weeks of Super Sunday, all the same team entered into every Super Sunday, they're pretty much qualified for the grand finals. It's almost 100%. I will say almost, because Vampires actually just scored 9 points throughout their league point for the grand finals during the Super Sunday. There are those cases as well. So as long as the teams got themselves straight 3 Super Sunday like Team Flash, definitely already in the grand finals. That's it.
Yeah, and this format has definitely shown that it is not even forgiving for those who have qualified. They really have to work hard every step of the way. Like, it doesn't, even if you have 3 weeks, what if you put like, okay, let's give an example, right? Say if Roy makes it all the way there, and then if they come up with this form of result, only scoring like within how many games to even get 17, right? Then it kind of defeats the purpose. So they have to be on top of the game. They need to perform no matter what it costs. So that's the nature of competition. As we see PIGMY now going for a push against Toda.
PIGMY, they are happy in the hundreds. Todak on the other hand, they can try to pick a fight. They definitely want to take this chance. For me personally, like the teams at the very bottom, 16 here, they can try to challenge the teams that are already up there confirmed for the Super Sunday, just to kind of rectify what the mistakes can be for the entirety of the last chance stage, so they can just be a better version of themselves for the final week, which can be next week, by the way. You guys don't want to miss that. Bill Bob spotted out the migrating Todak, while Jabranki tried to get himself a better position. But for the side of PIGMY, they can actually retreat and just part ways if they want to. They're not really in a crucial need of points anymore. But we do have another team on the other end. That's going to be Create VIP. The problem with Create VIP right now, from my perspective, just trying to avoid people bashing me, by the way. From my perspective, Create VIP seems to be forcing too much unnecessary fight that they cannot win.
I agree. I absolutely agree with that. Like, even the fights that they take, it's not coordinated. They send 1-2 members to commit, and the other 2, are they actually part of the fight at all? It's very questionable, which leads to this very peculiar form that we're seeing coming from VIP. But if they're gonna have that full stack to the fight, it almost looks convincing that they can actually match up with some of the best from time to time.
Talon. Now, I think if any team should look up to the last chance stage, well, definitely Talon already got himself quite a comfortable start at the start of our day, but the way they play, especially when they have no pressure, we're talking about they definitely 100% know for sure that they will get themselves into the Super Sunday by this time. And let me check last week, the most points of last chance when it comes to week number 1 here. They definitely got it more. Vampire's got himself 148 compared to Talon 151. This is way more than what Vampire had. And their starting points were actually lower than Vampire's before. Yeah. It just shows that Talon actually performs so well when they are not overthinking, where they have nothing to pressure them in the game.
Yeah, and we just love seeing this form that Talon has. And the way that they usually play in the early game, they just look for pickoffs. They don't want to commit to the fight. If they don't get it, it's fine. In the late game, they will for sure book a really good spot and take even more fights. Now, I'm taking a look at the mini-map as well. While this fight is happening, Talon does have one member being knocked down. The Infinity came in with 3 touch on the flank.
Infinity spotted our rep FaZe Misery. Definitely he wants to save him. Infinity, Talon. Rep FaZe taking on Gutsoni. Rep FaZe is playing. I'm glad. I love this lineup so far, but I do want to see if Rep FaZe alongside with what was the player again? I forgot his name. Sorry guys. But yeah, I'll put that for side first. Back towards the fight. Infinity. This is gonna be a very extended fight in the blue zone. This is gonna be definitely not a win for Infinity, but not a lose thing for Talon as well. But speaking of great VIP, here we go.
And Chewy. He got so little health left, but DOB so far finding that splitting round, but not having enough room. He gets the second knock, but he's got his back turn. Lucky to survive. Tell the tilt for a slight bit. Ultra, he's looking for more, but the case is closed. Crit VIP survives, but they lost Chewy.
Well, worth it trade, I guess, if they really want to bump the numbers up there, because they need those eliminations. But this is a bit slightly too early for them to go aggressive, from my opinion, because it's just too much at risk, too much at stake here for Great VIP, especially talking about XERXIA. XERXIA will be just exactly like RRQ. When they locked you down, you're locked. You have nowhere to go. But back to the side of RRQ, we just mentioned that they start to open fire. For Crit VIP, they pop the smoke, they need to leave. XERXIA spotted out UDO2. They are definitely trying to aim for more eliminations based on how they just spotted out 2 different angles entirely by splitting themselves into 2 different formations there.
Yeah, but really good shots coming in from lobby as well with such a long range coverage. And this is going to be the most important fight that XERXIA should actually pay attention to. The moment that they remove Crit VIP in this map, they are guaranteed. I mean, well, technically, you could just take a few more players out and just let them be, then their chances of even scoring high is out of the equation.
XERXIA on the run. VOIN is actually just by backside of XERXIA just now. Crit VIP. If they're not being careful, VOIN actually will transition their focus towards the side. PIGMY is right on top of them as well. Crit VIP, you better not make any sound right now. With very low player, not so healthy. No, he managed to just heal himself back up. Hopefully they do have loot, but they don't have too much contra. 2 hand grenade. They just open fire, and XERXIA as well as PIGMY charge in at the same time. Oh my.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be rough if that ever happened, but good news for now. They're going to be able to at least hold themselves into the areas of play. As a matter of fact, Crit VIP, they don't really have to move too much there in the direct center. With the shift of the circle, that's lucky for them. But pay attention for what's about to happen in the next couple of minutes, because more and more teams will move towards that direction. And I wonder, with 3 members, can they hold down the line against all the teams that are hoping to take that compound away from the grasp of Crit VIP?
EA now might be the bane of Crit VIP if they happen to be passing by. Now, I do know Crit VIP definitely will try to open fire, because they are the type of team I don't want to say that they don't have trigger discipline, but sometimes they are slightly a bit reckless with their actions.
It looks like it. It really looks like there's no trigger discipline. Like, I mean, I've worked
There
with
you
Giant
go.
Pro before.
Oh my god. The moment we mentioned it, yeah, at least they got a couple of knockdowns. Will be enough? That's the question. Will it be enough if they're being charged in by two teams at the same time? Speaking of which, XERXIA already take actions, now closing in the distance between Create VIP and in between Create VIP and also XERXIA is going to be PEA.
Now, this is definitely going to be interesting if the circle does not favor Crit VIP later on, because PEA in this current position is actually choking out some of all these possible exit route. So it may actually force Crit VIP to also subscribe to a fight in the near future. But for now, they could still hang back. It really depends on how the circle shifts later on. Meanwhile, all 14 teams really playing out the best of their capabilities with a lot of discipline, because this final round, we just want to put the best possible performance. Of course, certain teams don't really have much to lose, therefore you see TALON taking those early fights, losing to members. Other than that, you know, everything's pretty Gucci. Well, I start to sound like a Gen Z, but there comes Team Secret. Wait, there's PIGMY over the top. Wow, this place is absolutely surrounded.
Yep, coming up from the side of Create VIP. Oh man. I don't know. I just hope they will be alive. But at the same time, XERXIA, if they're not being careful, Create VIP is just going to be like 12 points in difference. And same goes for the side of Gig Fam. But Gig Fam, they've been quiet. They know for a fact they don't want to jeopardize too much for their placement points later on. Because if you're done, you're being eliminated out, there's no progress of your point anymore. XERXIA spotted out Team Secret Soas on the ground. UDO2 as well in trouble, being kind of nicked from afar. But speaking of Gig Fam, look at this spread for the team. But PA, Create VIP in the center, with PIGMY spreading out on the right side. IQOO just capitalized over the southwest of the circle itself. Now, we gotta have to wait and see how long Create VIP can withstand the pressure all the around 360 degrees.
Yeah, well, this is also a good opportunity as well if you look at it in the bright side, right? Because they need those big points. If they win this fight, who knows? There might just be a possibility of overtake. So it's really between XERXIA as well as them. Of course, not forgetting Sam9, who's actually playing from the outskirts, which is the safer play if you ask me, because now the city's all surrounded. But if they are forced into the city, Sam9's going to be in a little bit of a predicament. XERXIA sees all these movements, but there's nothing much that can be done. They can't take out NKT. All Herbs can do is maybe lob a lucky grenade onto Spartan. Meanwhile, SLR shots needing for more bullets to be on the chamber. You only get the maximum of 20. Well, that's an entire spat of UDO2. Good real estate that they're holding to. While Roy, out of the open, XERXIA's going to add 1 point if they can.
Why not? Why not? Because they are the one in need to solidify the positions here, which is still a bit shaky because Create VIP is still there. Roy, on the other hand, willingly just giving their bodies to the side of Lobby. Now, this is going to be a clear view. He missed the shot here, missed his time. Spotted out even jumper. Now, Lobby have to focus on one. That's a bit too greedy when you want two at the same time with different angles, by the way. There's a bit of a swing. XERXIA, on the other hand, being noted. There's going to be two teams right across, but I don't know if they know it's going to be two teams or just one. Lobby still trying to figure out which one will be his pick. He's not happy about this. Scoping in and out. The buggy finally connects after such a long time, putting so much effort for it. Hopefully it won't be stolen away by another team.
Wow, that really took a while, but he's got it. What? That is just a little bit of a nitpicking. As M9 now deals with the rest of RRQ Ryu. Grenades now cooked up from both ends. Stab sends it onto a wide direction. Not going to be seeing any members receiving any damage at all. And there you go, Snape with a wraparound. Quick thinking, and now one member of Sem9 is down. And instead of XERXIA being in trouble, it's actually Sem9. They're taking on two different teams. And U2O2 just arrived. Luyu's down as well. Abi shattering their hopes. But they're also receiving shots coming in from Yuhai. Sem9 adds 2, but that's all they can do.
Sem9. Oh my. For VIP, this is definitely the time to just push the numbers up. There's one slot open up and the point is not too far from NKT, and it's very realistic for the side of Crew VIP and Gig Fam to chase up the numbers. Now Sem9 is definitely nerve-wracking. They are just biting their nails, hoping that nobody else will overtake at the very last minute. It depends on how crazy the circle get. Plus, how about the position of a Crew VIP as well as none other than Gig Fam. Gig Fam, they quite secure themselves around the southern side of the circle. There's no contenders nearby. But for the side of Crew VIP, they still try to be quiet. Trigger discipline is the key here for Crew VIP.
Definitely, they finally have gotten that idea down where they cannot run any more risk. Whereas XERXIA, look at the spread though. Each members are just taking different compounds. It's like, okay, all we want to do, survive. If one member gets picked off, it's fine. Let's just hold on to another compound. That's the current idea that XERXIA has, which is honestly quite brilliant if you ask me. If they can regroup much later on, it's going to be looking good. Team Secret now trying to keep the rest of PIGMY Esports at bay as they try to infiltrate this prayer hall church, to be exact, as we see Namq's dropping in a couple of nades, smoke grenades to be specific, to actually block the vision. It's gonna be TALON that will eventually eliminate the Infinity from the south side.
Spot it out the backside, and that's gonna be a clear shot for SOAS. Knocked down. It's gonna be a crispy spray, a clean one of that. Team Secret in shambles. Here comes the entire of PIGMY. They will try to obliterate whoever's in this compound right now. Down to only Namq. Calls the nade away. Almost knocked 1 and 2. But Namq fought back, but it's not gonna be enough. The rest of Team Secret unfortunately ended their run here when it comes to week number 2. Will not advance towards the Super Sunday. Next, we do have IQOO taking up TALON. This is gonna be the top of the title of top 2. Whoever speaks more when it comes to their gunfight is still going to be TALON, even though they actually just break the record of last week's last chance as well.
Yeah, and we just see TALON to be so ruthless. And IQOO, once again, after getting that chicken dinner, they are on fire right now. 9 points in, and there's just going to be a whole lot more. Now, time is everything. Crit VIP, the longer they take, the more players are off the lobby. So they need those points. They need to find themselves. Let's count from now. They already have 1. So they need about 14 just to be safe. Because NKT gotta do this well.
Make up and Brazen trying to take out the players across, which is going to be PIGMY. Gig Fam, this is the good time for them to start shooting now because we're down to 9 teams only. They can still be quiet and wait it out until the top 7, the top 6. But, well, speaking of numbers, they need a couple of extra numbers down there. Now, if they can score a chicken plus 10 donations, this is going to be a flip of a coin for the side of Gig Fam, definitely. Because Sem9, they're not in the 100 points. Pre VIP, as long as they secure 20 points, 100 points is always going to be the safest benchmark out there. But Cruz Devil Circle will shrink it further. Nobody in the center. But the terrain will be rough for these guys with such an open space as well.
It's going to look pretty good for the side of IQOO because they move freely from the south as well as the west. So that's a lot of ground that they have covered, while the other teams now moving out of Cruz Devil is going to be another problem. Maybe Crit VIP can take this chance, move in a little late, catch people out, and there you go. PA now takes on the rest of PIGMY Esports as they drive through the hills. Crit, they're stealing all the points away, and this is where it starts.
XERXIA, the IGL for PA, trying to find a way out, or maybe they just can keep it quiet for now. Speaking of the teams that needed the points, Great VIP. Gig Fam might actually start to lose their touch in here for the touch of the top 8. We're not within their grasp. But Great VIP, there's still a shot in it. RIQ will try to shut down their hopes. And a slightly glimmer of hope that there is on the side of Gig Fam if they manage to land a couple of nades, which Hexas have plenty right now.
Yeah, Hexas, he is definitely showing up strong. But of course, Snape, Nepeko with 3 so far. We see Roy somehow gets taken down. Not entirely sure if it's zone or so. It seemed like somebody eliminated him instead. VOIN Donkey relying on Rocky as somehow he escapes the grasp of RRQ. Now Hexas trying to look for opportunities here against Geek Fam, and somehow Geek Fam gets to be resetted completely. I thought RRQ would actually take it on completely, but leaving that little gap, it's going to be a Snape that will be watching through the smokes. This is not going to be a free passage as Audrey drives by. Quick spray, but not enough to take down Audrey, but R-Pro will! R-Pro! Did he get it though? It's still Nepako's point to take.
Audrey. That's leaving out Geek Fam with only 2 players left. Kiddo, PA taking a bit of advantage from the fast shots, but spot out the rest of RIQ spreading across the left side of the map. Look at how concentrated it is on the right side of the map here. 4 teams sharing the same close compound, while RIQ just dominates over the left side. And it's going to be an empty, it is, but Geek Fam, a lot at stake here. They still have a shot at this, but Mika knocked down by Snake. RQ might just demolish the entirety of the lineup of coming from Geek Fam. Immediately shuts down the opportunity for the top 8 in the very last minute.
Yeah, there's really not much of a space for them to work around with. They were just relying on smokes, and RIQ have been spotting that for the longest time. It's really down to Iron Pro to try to eliminate as many members of RRQ as he can. He gets that bird's eye view, but honestly, there's still places by the corners of the field that they basically rely on. These terrains are not going to be able to give any form of chance for Iron Pro to penetrate through. Therefore, some little angles. You see how many teams are still hugging by the Cruz to Val section. Everyone has to move. Oh boy.
VIP. PIGMY, they spotted out the 2 players of PIGMY. This is going to be an opportunity for Crit VIP. This is the go time. We talked about they didn't have trigger discipline before. This is the go time. Here comes the net toss over by the side of PIGMY. First, while PA in advancement towards Crit VIP as well. If they're not taking it in matter into their hands for Crit VIP, they might be sandwiched between 2. But VOIN don't get out of nowhere. Suddenly we see a bit of a rocky here. But I do want to see the other side. Thank you so much, observers. Crit VIP still being quiet where they should be loud. Why?
They're just too afraid to make the wrong move because they also have the attention of RQ on their side. Such a rough position to be in, and NKT gets a knock on to Megamind, and we're looking at the 6th seed versus the 8th seed. NKT, they tried to hold it down. Any points that NKT adds to the table is going to make it worse for Crit VIP. There we go. Done. Still not quite enough just yet. Meanwhile, the fight erupts from the side of XERXIA. Now the push comes in from Dimsy. It walks into the grenade! And Putra, he's got so little health. And there is damage to be done here. Crit VIP, they are still at it.
Blue zone. Blue zone and fight from the back. The points they have right now for Crit VIP will not be enough to push themselves in the top 8! Oh my god, they hesitant when they need to just put their brains outside, not overthinking, but they did not hesitant early before. It's just the reverse for the side of Crit VIP that's losing the chances to go towards the top 8. This is a confirmed lineup as another team bites the dust. We're down to only 4 teams, and in the 4 teams, well, 2 of them not going to make it in the very last minute, but at least VA and VOIN Donkey do have the limelight here when it comes to the last map here of last chance stage.
Yeah, and it's really going to be a tough task for them to take on RRQ Ryu. You saw they had that free access through these hills, But let's say of that, it's going to be Nepico being caught out in the open. Rocky, he's been on this solo journey for the longest time. Now alerts the rest of RQ. It's going to be Snake, up close and personal, going for a push. It's going to be the UMP in hand for Rocky! Rocky Balboa shuts 2 members of RRQ down.
And Rocky reset himself, still got multiple make it couple, but a couple of first aids, but the first aid will not actually do him too much. But RQ, will they score another chicken dinner for the day? This is gonna be it. They didn't score any previously, but today of all the days, they want to score a double. But XERXIA might actually turn things around.
They do have the upper hand in terms of numbers. I'm not too sure about resources though, because RRQ can restock at any given moment with all these fights that have won. But there is such an elevation, but he gets spotted out, no mercy. That was not the right time. Now only 1 member remains, damage still being done, and they will be denied. It is XERXIA, and they will confirm their ticket to the Super Sunday.
Well, we do know the confirmation by end of that round just now, based on the points as well. Unfortunately, coming up from the side of Grid VIP, too close yet too far for them to reach with the number 8. But for the chicken, XERXIA finish off with a bang. Well, we do see XERXIA, it's going to be the rise of their performance compared to week number 1, but they're doing pretty okay. They didn't miss week 1 Super Sunday as well, so this is going to be one of the teams that everybody should watch out for when it comes to week number 3 as well.
And it definitely was a nail-biting end for some of the teams out there competing. And XERXIA, this was the most important chicken dinner that they would have actually hoped for. It was a chase between Sem9 and them. Once Sem9 was eliminated, then they just have to focus on staying alive for most part. They were one of the teams that were inside of Crucival, locked themselves into different directions, and somehow stayed alive till the tail end of it all to find themselves taking over and win this massive chicken dinner, to really show that they didn't just go to the Super Sunday by chance, but they did it with their sheer effort.
RNJ, we do know the key player for XERXIA always perform for the team, but it's such a rare sight to see XERXIA to get chicken. Well, they did land themselves in week number 2. But when it comes to the match recap of our last map of the last chance stage, RRQ XERXIA, VOIN Donkey coming in quite late alongside with PIGMY. Unfortunately, the only team didn't mark themselves for Super Sunday. It's going to be just VOIN Donkey across the 4. But let's rewatch the highlight. What really happened? We will be flying by end of this map. And also watch a bit of a glimpse of how XERXIA scores their chicken.
And there we go. The last result of our final chance for the teams to make it past. And XERXIA undoubtedly has been able to book their tickets. But not only that, RRQ was denied their chance for a back-to-back chicken dinner. They've celebrated once before, just in the first round. But XERXIA somehow have gotten the better of the accuracy. And when we take a look at the bottom half of the table in this round itself, some of the teams were really struggling to even navigate their way safely to even get a good chance to fight across that Cruz de Val Valley.
Yep, it was quite an odd circle. We don't have that too often, by the way, so hence I do understand the feelings of the player. But when it comes to the overall ranking, now we do have a more higher number than we had for our last chance stage in week number 1. TALON breaking the record at 156 with a double chicken in a day, as RRQ finally debuted their chicken dinner up here. Finally, congratulations for RRQ. XERXIA and PIGMY also will march, and whoever's on the first page. And finally, Sam9 securing the 8th place with NKT, Team Flash, Infinity joining the rest of the 8 teams towards the Super Sunday.
Yeah, unfortunately for Crit VIP, they were points shy to retain their spot, and 9th place finish is definitely upsetting for the squad, but they could definitely do better on week 3. Geek Fam pretty much on the A-team mark alongside VOIN Donkey, and of course, bad luck for those in the coming week. But we definitely do have a really stacked roster of teams that will be moving into our Sunday run, and that is what I am looking forward to, and you guys could be looking forward to. So these are your teams who are qualified for the Super Sunday.
Congratulations from the group stage, advanced straight to the Super Sunday. The Xavier's Boom, Altair, More, BTR, FaZe Clan, Yudo, Lines of Empires. And we have to re-congratulate again for the teams that advanced from today's performance and today's maps. TALON, RRQ, XERXIA, PIGMY, Infinity, Team Flash, NKT, and Sam9. And you got your top 16 who will go for the Super Sunday tomorrow. But still, when it comes to the most damage output, you still have to give it up to RRQ. They are incredible.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable performance. This time, they put 2,951 damage. If you put the damage numbers on average of every accumulated members, RRQ has definitely delivered some really nice spectacles across the day. So this last chance qualifier make it look like a walk in the park for RRQ. Of course, those angle runs definitely need a little bit more work to be a little bit cleaner. XERXIA also has done a fantastic job in the final round. And here are your top 4 gunslingers in Miramar.
Yep, Snape now rising up the occasion. Usually when it comes to RRQ, it's always going to be Nepeko here, Nepeko there. But finally we do have a new contender here, which is going to be Snape swinging over his 1 over for the numbers up there, flying from Hogwarts possibly. But for TALON, Linux also joins in on the top 4 alongside with XERXIA, RNJ. It's been a while. We actually have XERXIA's play across the board here.
Yeah, it's really good to see RNJ back on track. He has definitely landed a lot of important pickoffs, especially those that are trying to enter and exit out of Cruz de Val. So we see him putting just about significant numbers in. Let's go for the interview.
Welcome back for our final interview today. And now I'm with Sam9, you hi, OP.
Hello.
Hello.
Pick up.
Are you excited for the last game?
Struggling.
Your team entering to the Super Sunday with borderline again. Do you think it's luck?
Okay, untuk Sam9 masuk ke Super Sunday dengan keadaan yang hampir-hampir tak lepas lah. Korang rasa adakah ni disebabkan luck?
Saya rasa kalau itu yang orang cakap luck, mungkin luck. Tapi bagi saya kita orang just mungkin belum dapat ritme permainan lagi sebab mungkin tahu lah, mungkin maybe all the game yang kita orang main just unlucky, minor mistake, but now kita orang dapat peluang untuk pergi Super Sunday. Esok kita orang akan perform yang terbaik lah.
About that luck perspective, I think if people wanna think it's luck or people wanna consider it's luck, I think then it is lah. But to me, we still have a minor mistake. We had a couple rough games for us, but then of course we're gonna fix our mistake and we're gonna perform in Super Sunday.
Okay, just look forward and don't think about the back. Okay, there is no less day as tomorrow will be a Super Sunday. Do you think today is the day that gave your team extra training for tomorrow match?
Okay, sebab besok Super Sunday terus tak ada rest day, adakah Yuhai sendiri rasa yang hari ni adalah boleh dikira sebagai extra match untuk preparation besok?
Bagi saya macam biasa. Last week pun kita orang main last chance juga, and week kali ni kita orang pun main last chance juga. Bagi kita orang mungkin dah terbiasa, but maybe next week kalau boleh kita orang just nak main dekat weekday je lah. Kita nak skip last chance. Penat.
I think it is an extra training, extra match for us since like we already get used to it from first week, and this week also we played last chance. But then I really hope that for next week we gonna straight away go to the Super Sunday because I want to rest in the last chance day.
I understand that one. No more last chance. Okay, can you share with us any other preparation for tomorrow because tomorrow is Super Sunday?
Boleh share sedikit tak apa preparation yang Yuhai nak buat, Yuhai dan kawan-kawan nak buat untuk Super Sunday besok?
Kalau preparation paling mungkin siapkan mental kita orang lah. Sebab last 2 week kita orang dah dapat benda baru, belajar benda baru, knowledge baru. And mungkin besok harinya untuk kita orang full optimize lah.
Okay, for tomorrow match, we just gonna prepare for our mental since we already learn new stuff in last week. So yeah, we just gonna optimize everything, find our rhythm, and that's it.
Okay, hope you guys do your best and get a lot of score. Last one, word to your fans.
Okay, terakhir sedikit kata-kata kat fans Malaysia.
Untuk fans M9, to all the fans, untuk mak ayah kita orang juga, family, terima kasih sebab support kita orang daripada awal week sampai sekarang. Agak struggling, tapi mungkin kita orang ambil ni as a part of kita orang punya lesson, and kita orang akan cuba sebaik mungkin dekat Super Sunday and Grand Final nanti, insyaAllah.
To our fans, to our SEM9 fans, our parents, our family, thank you so much for supporting us until today, even though we are still struggling. But hopefully we can perform very well in Super Sunday match and of course at the Grand Final as well.
Yeah, so it's bit, but finally you can go Super Sunday. Thank you for today's. Thank you for today's for all fans that follow us. And now see you tomorrow for Super Sundays. Go back to the casters.
So much for the very cute and interesting interview from Miss Bo. I love her interview every single time. She's so adorable. I love her jacket and blazer today, by the way. Speaking of which, that's a very humbling interview coming from Yuhai, knowing the fact, they don't know what to call it. If you want to call it luck, if you want to consider it as something, there's so many maybes in there as well. Pretty much translate how much they were thriving for the side of SEM9 when it comes to getting into the Super Sunday. And speaking of which, I want to point out, this is actually the biggest major drop for VOIN Donkey. They were in the top 3 week 1 during the group stage, one of the highest contenders up there. But after the Super Sunday last week 1, they dropped everything. It feels like they're dropping more on the momentum even in the last chance stage.
Yeah, and that also goes to show that a lot of all these teams have already made a lot of different changes and adaptation in order to improve their performance here into week 2. And even if you did really well on week 1, you also have to change things up in order to get yourself back on track. And I guess if you don't, you're going to be left out, just like what really happened for the side of VOIN Donkey, which a lot of fans were really hopeful to see on that Super Sunday. They will miss out on 1 week, but let's see how they bounce back for week 3. But that's a really good conclusion into what this week 2 looks like, because we might even see a brand new takeover through the weekend, Choo-Choo. So I am excited to find out who's going to be the one that will be the bigger winners heading into our Sunday round.
I'm ecstatic when it comes to the Super Sunday, of course, but also you guys, if you cannot keep up with the latest Super Sunday points, you guys can just check it out around the website or the Liquid video. It's pretty obvious down there. So we do know when it comes to the points, the only teams that will actually get into the Super Sunday will have a shot at getting that grand finals. Unfortunately, I have to update you guys. The teams that never touched the Super Sunday yet Team Secret, UDO2, GigFam, Roy, Todak, and Crit VIP. There's going to be 6 teams there. They need to work things out and have to study regarding tomorrow's Super Sunday, regarding all the teams that are already finding themselves for the points of the grand finals. But that's going to be the wrap for both of us here today. Tomorrow will be the same two of us, Contra. So see you tomorrow, and see you guys same time, same place as well for tomorrow. Good night and have a great day.